All right, let's go ahead and get started. Let me switch over to there. Welcome everybody to the stream. At the beginning of the stream, I'd like to go ahead and give a little bit of an introduction for what the stream is about. So, this is a Catholic gaming stream. That means there will be prayer discussions about theology, saints, affairs, Catholic readings, and discussion about going on in the church. There will also be discussions about if the games played fit theologically wise, or with church teachings we play them. This is a stream for everyone, but we ask to be respectful of everyone here. If you have a question about the church, please feel free to ask. I'm a layperson, however, so I need to find the answer by asking my priest. Doing research or calling Catholic games live, as such it may take time. If you have a prayer request, please feel free to post it. If you confirm the streaming channels run by Catholics, then you are in luck. For those Interceptors, My Dog Productions, The Punching, Fortitude, Beer Blevins, Math7, Mr. Bushido, Argalian Papa, Father Samuel Beardsley, Catholic Answers Live, This Catholic, Blue Soda, True Grit Catholic, KAMaximilianK, 7899, That Catholic Gamer Dude, Joker Archangel, and The Joyful Mind. Thank you very much. God bless. Remember that God loves each and every one of you. Go and sin no more. Give me 1 second. Oh, I guess I did do a new... okay. Anyway, I finally added Yogurt, and I also added one other person, so go me. I'm actually doing the things I keep saying I'll do, for once. I still have a couple other things I need to do. I do need to go ahead and work on getting a sub badge, which I have exactly what I want in mind, and I will request it here soon. Just need to wait a little bit. 1 second. Yeah, we are going to read the daily readings for today. Then we will read evening prayer, but not night prayer. Night prayer comes when we end. So, these are the readings for January 23rd, 2022. The third Sunday in Ordinary Time. From Nehemiah, chapter 8, verse 2 through 4a, 5 through 6, and 8 through 10. Ezra the priest brought the law before the assembly, which consisted of men, women, and those children old enough to understand. Standing at one end of the open place that was before the water gate, he read out of the book from daybreak till midday, in the presence of the men, the women, and those children old enough to understand. And all the people listened attentively to the book of the law. Ezra, the scribe, stood on a wooden platform that had been made for the occasion. He opened the scroll so that all the people might see it. He was standing higher up than any of the people, and as he opened it, all the people rose. Ezra blessed the Lord, their great God, and all the people, their hands raised high, answered, Amen, Amen. Then they bowed down and prostrated themselves before the Lord, their faces to the ground. Ezra read plainly from the book of the law of God, interpreting it so that all could understand what was read. Then Nehemiah, that is his excellency, and Ezra the priest scribe, and the Levites who were instructing the people, said to all the people, Today is holy to the Lord your God. Do not be sad and do not weep. For all the people were weeping as they heard the words of the law. He said further, Go, eat rich foods and drink sweet drinks, and allot portions to those who had nothing prepared. Today is holy to our Lord. Do not be saddened on this day. For rejoicing in the Lord must be your strength. The psalm for today is Psalm 19. Your words, Lord, are spirit and life. The law of the Lord is perfect, refreshing the soul. The decree of the Lord is trustworthy, giving wisdom to the simple. Your words, Lord, are spirit and life. The precepts of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The command of the Lord is clear, enlightening the eye. Your words, Lord, are spirit and life. The fear of the Lord is pure, enduring forever. The ordinances of the Lord are true, all of them just. Your words, Lord, are spirit and life. Let the words of my mouth and the thought of my heart find favor before you. O Lord, my rock and my redeemer, your words, Lord, are spirit and life. The second reading for today is from 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 12 through 20. Brothers and sisters, as a body is one, though it has many parts, and all the parts of the body, though many, are one body, so also Christ. For in one spirit we were all baptized into one body, whether Jews or Greeks, slaves or free persons, and we were all given to drink of one spirit. Now the body is not a single part, but many. If a foot should say, Because I am not a hand, I do not belong to the body, it does not for this reason belong any less to the body. Or if an ear should say, Because I am not an eye, I do not belong to the body, it does not for this reason belong any less to the body. If the whole body was an eye, where would the hearing be? If the whole body were hearing, where would the sense of smell be? But as it is, God placed the parts, each one of them, in the body as he intended. If they were all one part, where would the body be? But as it is, there are many parts, yet one body. The eye cannot say to the hand, I do not need you, nor again the head to the feet, I do not need you. Indeed, the parts of the body that seem to be weak are all the more necessary, and those parts of the body that we consider less honorable we surround with greater honor, and our less presentable parts are treated with greater propriety. whereas our more presentable parts do not need this. But God has so constructed the body as to give greater honor to a part that is without it, so that there may be no division in the body, but that the parts may have the same concern for one another. If one part suffers, all the parts suffer with it. If one part is honored, all the parts share its joy. Now you are Christ's body, and individually parts of it. Some people God has designated in the church to be first apostles, second prophets, third teachers, then mighty deeds, then gifts of healing, assistance, administration, and varieties of tongues. Are all apostles? Are all prophets? Are all teachers? Do all work mighty deeds? Do all have gifts of healing? Do all speak in tongues, or do all interpret? Alleluia, alleluia. The Lord sent me to bring glad tidings to the poor, and to proclaim liberty to captives. Alleluia, alleluia. The gospel for today is from Luke chapter 1, verses 1 through 4, as well as chapter 4, verse 14 through 21. One second, please. Sorry. There we go. Since many have undertaken to compile a narrative of the events that have been fulfilled among us, just as those who were eyewitnesses from the beginning and ministers of the word have handed them down to us, I too have decided, pardon me, after investigating everything accurately anew, to write it down in an orderly sequence for you, most excellent Theophilus, so that you may realize the certainty of the teachings you have received. Jesus returned to Galilee in the power of the Spirit, and news of him spread throughout the whole region. He taught in their synagogues and was praised by all. He came to Nazareth, where he had grown up, and went according to his custom into the synagogue on the Sabbath day. He stood up to read, and was handed a scroll of the prophet Isaiah. He unrolled the scroll and found the passage where it was written, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring glad tidings to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim liberty to captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to let the oppressed go free, and to proclaim a year acceptable to the Lord." Rolling up the scroll, he handed it back to the attendant and sat down, and the eyes of all in the synagogue looked intently at him. He said to them, "Today the scripture passage is fulfilled in your hearing." The gospel of the Lord. Praise be to you, Lord Jesus Christ, and the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. All right. Let's go ahead and get to Deus Ex. I know that I did say I was going to do the evening prayers, but I did forget how long. I don't know how I forgot how long today's readings are, but that's not a bad thing, mind you. It's just I don't want to keep you waiting forever. Oh. And yeah, that's right. This is a car. I don't know why I'm fascinated with the fact that this is a car, but here we are. Okay, so there should be one more guy. He's currently not looking this direction. There's another guy there. Game, can I please knock him out? Well, let's try... Okay, that'll do. Hopefully nobody saw it, though. Looks like not. Okay, good. Let's bring him this way to make sure nobody comes this direction, and we'll be fine. We are going for a pacifist as much as we can run. I'm sure we have had some people die, but not my fault. Apparently there's a fairly well-known glitch that sometimes people just die when you knock them unconscious, and it's like, admittedly, it is somewhat realistic to the real world, because that can happen in real life, but it doesn't make it any less annoying in a video game. Like, I definitely get when a game tries to be realistic, but sometimes it's frustrating. Hey, Joyful Mind, how are you? Of course, and thank you so much as well, Joyful Mind. I hope that you have a good dinner, and you, if I don't see you again tonight, sounds good. I'll be here for a while. I will see you later then. God bless. I do appreciate the lurk as well. Okay, this is the only person? Good.
Why would you...
Yes, I was gonna say, you should have not just follower emotes, but regular emotes. That's I can't talk today. I'm not good at talking. I've lived in America my whole life, but I can't talk. What a world. Thank you. Yes, I was gonna say, you might have access to 2. I don't remember what my tier 1 is, actually. Actually, I think that's tier 3 for the other one. But yes, Thank you. I was gonna say, my friend Phil, who I'll give a shout out here to real quickly, who does a webcomic, made the 5 Saint emotes for me, which I really appreciate. Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much. God bless. But yeah, I was gonna say, I'll give a shout out to him real quickly, because he's a good guy. Yeah, Guildmaster Phil runs a comic called Adventurers Guild, and he is the one that made St. Maximilian Kolbe, St. Nicholas, St. Maria Goretti, St. Michael the Archangel, and St. Teresa of Avila, I believe. I know that there's 4 St. Teresas. Oh, hey, thank you for the subscription, Crepsuli. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. One second, just taking this guy over here. Yeah, it's a nice little party now, guys. Got all your stuff. Yes. Well, you're running out of inventory space again, unfortunately. I know there's another guy over there. I can see him. But for now, we'll just go this way. I don't think this is an audio one. What is this?
He's got a dick for a gun.
Oh, good! Back when I was 5 years old. Great. Fantastic. Good. So yeah, for those that don't know my story, I recently came, not recently, it's been about 6 years ago now that I came back to the faith. So yeah, there's a thing in Deus Ex Human Revolution where you can make comments, and I don't think that there's any after this, thankfully, but you can see how stupid I used to be sometimes when stuff like that happens, so that's neat. It's not actually neat, but admittedly, it is a good lesson in humility, and I wish I knew how to delete those. I do not know how to delete this. Maybe I can find out how to delete those real quick. Oh, that's that one. We can totally delete that one then. Nice. Okay, then... Oh yes, I'm positive I want to delete that info log. Either way, I apologize. It is a good lesson in humility, though, so that we at least have going for us. Ugh. Is my face red?
What'll it be?
Either way, I hope everybody's doing well tonight. It's been a good day for me. I didn't get quite as much done around the house as I wanted to. I was just tired today. So I took a long nap after Mass because we went to the 9 a.m. today instead of the 11 a.m. My wife was going to go for a walk with one of her friends, and then she unfortunately wasn't feeling well, but she's feeling better now, so I'm quite glad for that. Motherfucker. Yeah, actually, I meant to I meant to stream last night, and then Kate was blah 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 blah. Kate got busy because she helps with her local parish, so she was not able to stream last night, which that's 100% fine. God always comes first. That is perfectly fine, Joyful Mind. Family comes first. I fully understand. Thank you, though, for being here. I appreciate it. If I don't see you again, you have a good night. God bless. Thank you, you too. Okay, there's 2 people over there? Yeah, 2 people over there. This shouldn't be too bad. Let's save before we do this, though. It's better to be smart than sorry. Good night. Well, we probably don't need to drag this one all the way over here, but, I mean, there's really no reason not to. It does take a bit more time, but if we stand up, it does go a bit faster, so... Pile of bodies is starting to get pretty big, though. And pistol. 2 people this way. Okay. That shouldn't be a problem, I don't think. Doesn't look like it. Ooh. Arceus has not come. How? 1 second. Sorry, I gotta reload because I have to get through this section without being seen. I don't know how he saw me, but he did, and it annoys me. Arceus doesn't actually come out until this Friday, Austin. So I will tell you once because I'm only allowed to play video games at the moment when I'm streaming or with my family, because I'm doing a little bit of a modified 90-day Exodus. It's not quite 1-for-1, but I'm still trying to do it. I still need to be better about it. But anyways, I haven't gotten a chance to play it yet. I'm hoping that I'll enjoy it, though. It looks like it's going to be really fun. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I understand. It's looking honestly like it'll be really good, honestly. So I'm really hopeful. The first couple trailers were a little... yeah, like... The first couple trailers, I'll be honest, weren't the best looking, but it seems like... they've been improving everything, so that's a good sign. I appreciate that for sure. Aside from that, it also just... the new stuff that they have for it looks really good. And honestly, the fact that it's... so I didn't remember this, but apparently it's single player only. There's no multiplayer. I think that'll actually help it be better than people are expecting. Because that means they don't have to program quite as much. But yeah, it's like all the new Pokemon that are coming. I mean, at first, I'll be honest. You might have seen my reaction at first, Austin, when I saw the new Goodra. I was not pleased because Goodra is one of my favorite Pokemon. But then I found out that was only half of the story. Goodra can go into a little shell. Goodra isn't just a little snail. Now, Goodra can go into the snail shell, so it's adorable. Because it's like, I thought it was just in there all the time. But now it just carries the shell on its back. It's like, that's adorable. Yes, please. I will take more of that. I bet I know what triggered him last time. Oh no, he does just turn around on occasion. Hopefully we can drag this body fast enough then. Looks like it. He looks to be more concerned with the barrel than with us dragging his friend by one leg. Okay, that's good. Yes, I like the fact that it'll be turn-based too. I know some people don't like that, but I actually really like the fact that it's turn-based. I've been watching a lot. I've been seeing a lot of Arlo's stuff. I haven't actually watched his stuff, so I haven't seen his opinion. But I just haven't agreed with him for the last 10 or so of his videos. Yeah, and I'd agree with that. I never got to play Rangers, but I did hear it was pretty good. Admittedly, Arlo's also basically just said he doesn't like Pokemon, so it's like, if you don't like Pokemon, why are you still playing it? Too fast-paced? That's fair. Like, I get that Pokemon is popular. And it probably brings in clicks, but at the same time. I do like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I've been meaning to pick up the re-release of it, which I have not done as of yet, so. But I am curious about it. Okay, we can hack that for sure. That shouldn't be too hard to hack, honestly. Okay. Oh, okay. That's just a person. You're not a gang member.
That, sir, actually thinks augmentation are going to help mankind. There are people in
Did I ask for this? I asked to not be detected, so yes. I actually am really enjoying Human Revolution. I've gotten fairly far in it before. I do like the Deus Ex games. There's something to the original Deus Ex that gives it a lot of charm, which I prefer. Okay. So I don't think there's anybody else that's awake at the moment. Hey, Tom. I mean, that's true, but he seems to be worse as of lately, Tom. He has been, I don't know, he has been listening to a lot of Jim Sterling. I don't know if you know who Jim Sterling is, but he's not the greatest person, and he's kind of continued to go downhill, unfortunately, which is a bad thing. Definitely pray for him, though. Oh, which Deus Ex? This one, or the original Deus Ex? Interesting. Like, you can get a movement accelerator. I know that doesn't exactly necessarily negate what you're saying, mind you. But it might happen to help it. Let's reload, because I messed that up. You can get a jumping augment. I mean, yeah, it is pretty small. He does have a lot of anti-Christian ideas, and I'm pretty sure he is in the, I don't know if he's transitioning or not, but he is wearing more girly clothing, and obviously we have nothing against people that are... Okay, let's go ahead and just bring out the Catholic viewpoint on this real quickly. Obviously, we are all made in the image and likeness of God. We hold no views against anybody. We just want people to know that they're loved by God and draw closer to God and not do things that are sinful. That goes for myself, that goes for my priest, that goes for my bishop, that goes for the Pope. Obviously, there have been people that have, unfortunately, done very bad things in the church. That doesn't mean that we should encourage bad things to continue happening. Oh, you literally didn't get past the... Okay. You may not have been augmented yet, Austin, because for the first part, you're not augmented. You go through a part where you get augmented, technically against your will. And that's why JC Denton never asked for this. Got it, okay.
Access granted.
That's fair. I will, however, watch, not Jimquisition, but who will I watch these days on occasion? I would agree, Tom, and I need to do the same. I mean, do you want me to get on voice so you can give me the exact catechism for this, Austin? I'd appreciate it, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm pretty sure I basically got it, though. Also, I love how there's the weapon cabinet here. It's like, oh, you gotta move the weapon cabinet to get to what you want. Nah, I'm just gonna jump. Do we have a shotgun yet? We don't have room for it. Machine pistol, we'll be back for that. That's a lot of money, actually, so we'll be back for that. Another weapon cabinet. What Well, we have to come back anyway, so I may as well grab the individual pistols. I mean, hey, yeah, I'll get an invoice for that. As long as... Austin, I know you will be, but as long as you're nice and kind, because obviously we're called to be nice and kind. So you know. I know you will be. I know. I'm just making a blatant statement. But yeah, I agree with you entirely, Tom. I think I hear Austin. Yeah.
Hello, Mac.
Hey, how are you? Let me turn you up a bit.
Yeah. Make sure I'm audible to the stream. I don't want to do this more than once.
Ah, you might be. Tom, could you tell me if Austin is audible?
Testing.
My guess is that you are. I should probably turn you down a little bit because I just saw the microphone go to red. Or not the microphone, but...
Yeah, I know what you mean, the volume slider.
Yeah. I think I'll turn you up a little bit more, and I think you should be good if you want to try again.
Okay, testing.
Yeah.
Yep, Tom can hear me.
Perfect.
Okay, so you started to explain it and then veered into the church doesn't hate anybody, which is true.
Right.
Never actually said what the church teaches on the matter, and I'm
true.
a hopeless, joyless pedant. So here we are.
No, I appreciate it. Go ahead.
So, the Catholic Church teaches that while everyone is made in the image and likeness of God, we have a duty to respect the truths which are contained therein, and by the nature of us believing that God is omnipotent, omniscient, etc.
Right.
In short, feeling like you belong to a different sex than you biologically are is not in and of itself a sin.
Correct.
But like with any physical or mental malady, derangement, illness, misconception, with any of that stuff, we have to respond to it appropriately.
Right.
And
It's a
transgenderism
pleasure, friend.
is fundamentally a disconnect between what we believe and what reality tells us. And when reality tells us something and our minds and perceptions tell us something else, the thing that needs to change is our perspective, because we can't change reality in this regard.
Right.
We can't change what God made us as, and no amount of self-mutilation changes that.
Correct. As much as that may be hard to accept sometimes, and that's why we're here to talk to people about it. We're not here to be mean, because it's like, not a one-for-one, but if I wanted to cheat on my wife, thinking about it necessarily isn't a sin as long as I don't focus on it.
Yeah, having that urge, that's not a sin.
Right.
It's what you do with that feeling.
Exactly. Yeah, so it's like, if I cheat on my wife, I would be in the exact same boat as somebody that did do that, so...
I'm telling Floofs you want to cheat on her, by the way.
I don't. I mean, you can, but it's like she knows I don't. That'd be bad.
Yeah. There was another thing I wanted to pin onto that. What was it? That said, so what is the solution for people who identify as transgender? Thank you, Tom. For people who want to identify as transgender, given that we don't have a, snap our fingers, cure it, etc. The hard but simple answer is the same as it is for any addiction, any physical illness that we don't have a cure for, etc. It's a cross we have to carry. And I think that both our society and the church sometimes underestimates just how horrible a cross it is.
I agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, we don't often stop to think about it in depth because it's so hard for people who don't feel that way to wrap their head around it.
Right.
But it is one of the worst crosses I can imagine someone having to carry in a modern climate. And, the Catholic Church knows that. It teaches that. But if you find it, God willing, someone transgender finds this, if you feel like the church doesn't understand, some part of that is because it's incredibly hard to wrap our heads around.
Hmm.
But that doesn't make it any less valuable or meritorious to salvation. It's, how do I say this? There are problems, struggles, and difficulties which, transgender or not, you are going to be the only person in your life that you understand. And that's part of that cross. You know, you go back 50 years and you start talking about women struggling with, 70 years now, I suppose, women struggling with the realities of rampant societal misogyny. Not to say
Hmm.
it's gone now, but things have certainly changed.
Yeah.
At that time, no one thought anything of it.
Yeah, whereas at least people will think of it now, even if it's not still great.
Exactly. That was a cross that women in that generation had to carry that no one else saw.
Yeah, I was gonna
And
say,
the fact
especially,
that no one else. Oh, good, good.
I was gonna say, especially since a lot of women at that time did get lobotomized too. So
Yeah, exactly. The horrible things they went through in asylums for hysteria and the like. Yeah,
yeah,
those are sufferings that people today, generally speaking, cannot imagine,
correct.
and that people then ignored or didn't understand or were totally oblivious to.
I'd agree
But
with
the
that punch. Yes. Sorry. Go ahead.
but the secret nature of it, the difficulty to understand it, makes it all the more valuable when it is offered up.
Yes. I'd agree
So
with
if
that
you're
too.
going
Yeah.
through any of the transgenderism, an addiction, troubles in your home life, anything that nobody seems to be doing anything about, or that you're mistreated for having to endure, the unique thing about the Catholic Church, above all of the doctrine, above all of the specifics, the Eucharist, and so on, is that we believe in a structure of the world where it was possible that God Himself was misunderstood and had His back to the wall with no seeming way out of His problem.
Yeah.
And that He deeply empathizes with people who are in that same position.
Yeah. I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Thank you all for coming to my TED Talk.
It was a good talk. It was concise and it was very informative. I mean, yeah. I gave the little bit of fluff part to it. I didn't give as much of the other stuff that I needed to because I'm not as well versed as you are in that. Like, I know the bits and pieces, but you definitely phrased it much better than I could have.
Thank you, Max.
Of course. And thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go get food. If you're still in this channel afterward, I might pop back in, but we'll see.
I'm fine with staying on for voice. If anybody else wants to get in voice, by the way, while we run through people screaming in Detroit, go ahead.
All right, catch you later, Max.
See ya. Yes, I was gonna say Austin is very good about that. It's like, hey, if he is giving an opportunity for that, I will definitely take him up on that. As I said, I'm very good about the loving side. I'm not very good about the explaining what the church teaches, and I'm trying to be better. That's why I do read the catechism on stream, so I can both be able to better understand it myself, as well as help other people to hopefully understand where we come from. So it's a little bit of a twofer. Probably should save. But yeah, hopefully, knock on wood, I can get that new graphics card on Thursday. Because if I can, probably not next week, but the week after. Actually, I don't know when they're technically releasing it. I know that the pre-orders go... Oh, okay, you're just a hobo. That sounds so mean, but it's like, hey, you guys, I can be detected by, so... But I'd like to be able to play like Deep Rock Galactic with Punch and stuff on stream, but my graphics card can't hold it. As I've told Kate, I can't even do Guild Wars 2. But hopefully I get that graphics card. that's also something for me. I'm typically more of, if somebody is saying something, as long as they're not directly attacking the church, I will typically just be quiet and let it happen. That way they can at least talk to me. But it's something that I do want to work on, so I 100%...
Keep out of this, Hanser. Get lost.
I didn't realize you were there. I'm going to reload the game. I'm glad I saved. I gotta do this without being detected, so... But yes, I understand entirely. So it's like, I'm trying to be better about that, but it's hard for me because I do happen to try to avoid conflict. That's admit, and sometimes I will get too overheated. That's a lot of the reason why I don't comment so much on people that are unnecessarily mean. Astroneer? What's Astroneer? I'm curious, Punch. I will add it to my wish list and wait for it to go on. Oh no, it's like Terraria and Starbound. That's awful for me. Because that means I want to play it. Alright, it goes on the wish list, and once it goes on sale, I'll pick it up. Ah, that's the best part of Moonbase Alpha, though. Come on. You gotta have Microsoft Sam's voice. But fair, I'm interested. Door no open. It's not from this side. Oboe, okay. I mean, hey, that's fair. But yeah, I definitely am not as confrontational, and that's why typically I won't post to Twitter that much as well. Just because some people have really bad opinions on Twitter. I know this is a shock, but it's a very truthful statement. Especially when it comes to the Pope these days, and I'll be honest, I get a little too angry. Sometimes I will think of the cheeky, funny retort, but not the actual retort that will help a person. So it's like, yeah, this is why I don't typically comment on Twitter that much either, unless it's like, I'll typically do prayer requests, I will comment on good things, but it's like, I'll typically, especially online, I will give the cheeky retort. Cheeky breaky, cheeky breaky. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Tolkien Society is, very bad. So I understand entirely, Tom, honestly. I know that the Tolkien Society is basically Tolkien in name alone, and I also saw that somebody made a post, or on some kind of website, where it's like, the Lord of the Rings isn't Christian. It's like, please, you don't know what you're talking about, just... It's okay. You can admit you're ignorant. That's not a problem. When you don't admit your ignorance and you keep pushing, that's when it's a problem. I admit I'm ignorant, don't get me wrong. I know I'm ignorant. That's why I try to educate myself and get better, and I don't talk where I shouldn't. Okay, there's at least 2 guys over there, so I don't want to go that direction. Kind of. I do actually want to go that direction, but I know how to sneak past them, so that's why I want to go that direction. Yeah, I briefly saw that on Twitter and went, man, am I glad I'm streaming tonight. Gas. Yes, that's very true, Tom, and it's a shame. To put it lightly. Going through the sewer. Not gonna get caught, I hope. On better notes, though, on reading material, I did finally get around to your review of No Way Home, and I did like it. So, I don't know if I'll still want to see it, just because I'm very tired, mostly of, I'm so tired of Disney. I'm so tired of Marvel, and I say this as a huge Spider-Man fan. I don't like what they've done with Spider-Man in the last couple of years. I don't like what Marvel's done in the last couple of years, might be the more accurate way to put it. Okay, so I need to punch this wall. But I'm pretty sure if I punch this wall, it'll alert these guys. And if I alert these guys, that'll be bad. If you link the Word on Fire article, I will read that one later. I meant the Brainy Pixel one, though, yes. Good question. Actually, you know, I should go ahead and highlight that section where Austin was on here. I don't think that we could, clip it. I think it's too long. Alright, before I do this. I don't know if this will work.
Yo, someone there?
Nobody here but us chickens. Hey, that's a naughty word. Oh wow, they did. Not big surprise. Well, now we're gonna wait for this to load. Sure, I will open that and I will read it later. So yeah, if you guys want to read Thomas's articles, he does a good job. I think that's your... I know that you post a lot of them. I can't remember how many of them I've read, unfortunately.
Yo, anyone there?
Pardon me.
No one here. Oh. Yo, anyone there?
How'd that miss?
Must have been a shadow or something. Something over there. Come on, man, step up.
You want a nap, that's all.
Fucking gunshots! I see you, bro.
Well, there goes my remain undetected. Cool. That's fun. We'll fix that. That's okay. We'll get there eventually. Thankfully, this is basically the last mission. This isn't the stun gun, though, Punch. This is the tranquilizer rifle. The tranquilizer rifle's missing. I mean, yeah, you're right. It is worse. No. I have an idea. I don't know if it'll work very well. I mean, the tranquilizer rifle at least gives me a little bit of range. That's why I'm using it at the moment.
Hey, hey, get up! Goddamn! Goddamn, was that? I got your back.
Okay, I have an idea. I don't know if this will work, but we'll find out. Might be the exact moment that I've been saving these for. Yeah, I agree with that, Tom. Admittedly, I've, as you've probably noticed, taken to, oh, hey, there's a prayer request. That's something I can pray for literally this exact moment, pray for them, and then go ahead and retweet it as well. So it's like, yep, I get where you're coming from. Because there's so much... There's just so much stupid stuff. Whether it be people that I don't know, it's hard for me to say on this one, because it's like, I do disagree with what the Pope has done, honestly, with the Latin Mass. Give me 1 second. Oh, that doesn't work either. One of these days it'll work. One of these days. See, I don't know. I'm gonna try punching the wall, seeing how that works. And then maybe I can take care of it. I have a different idea. Maybe my idea is augmented. Maybe not too. Here's the thing. Punch the wall. They'll make noise. Comes one guy. Two guy.
This is the spot, man.
Nobody's here. Hold on. All of you turn around. You want to be knocked out, right? Nobody's here. You have very good aim, though. Alright, I have a different idea. Similar vein. No, we gotta just do the tranquilizer rifle. I guess technically we could punch, duck underneath. Yeah, okay. I think that I got it. The game doesn't have to be stealth, Tom, but it does happen to make it easier. This section, you do have to do stealth unless you killed them all in one hit, so. But no, for the most part, if you want to go for a pacifist run, stealth is your best friend, because otherwise I could just go through with a pistol and headshot everybody. Alright, got a different plan this time. I'm in the sewer.
This is the spot, man. Who's over there?
Really? Really? Bruh. I think this is the right way. Oh, really though, these guys need to... That might still be loud. I'm gonna turn that down. I've had problems with that one for a long time. It's down to, what percent is that? 70%? Let's bring that down to 60%. Yeah. Yeah. That should be better. I apologize. But no, for the most part, Tom, if you want, you can just go ahead and shoot a bunch of people. It's honestly pretty easy to do as long as you have decent aim. I mean, that is... yeah, that's true. I like to at least try to make it a little less loud. But yes, you do have a point, Punch. There may not be a way to make it not loud.
This is the spot, man.
Man, could I use coffee right now?
There's something going on here. Better stay alert.
I really want to knock these guys out for experience. I don't think I can. I think I just gotta punch, get out of there, wait for them to move all the way, and then I can go ahead and grab my loot. So that's unfortunate, but it is what it is, I guess. Not my favorite, but that's okay. I'm gonna try that soundboard here again in a second, but we'll see. I think I'll do it after your guys' ears have recovered. How about that one? That's a good concept there. But yeah, honestly, Tom, if I was being detected throughout this part, I probably wouldn't restart unless I died. It's just this specific mission. So for this specific mission, there's a corrupt cop that is trying to start a turf war between two different gangs. Is that the original Deus Ex music I hear? That 100% is. Where's that radio? How have I never noticed that before? That's amazing. Aw, it went away. I do like the new, I do like Human Revolution, but I really like the original better. But they're both good games and they're both different, so it's not like one is inferior. Hi, Ninja. Hi, Ninja. I was hoping there might be some way to jump over, but at the moment we don't have the augmentation that makes us silent when jumping, so. That do make things a bit harder. Looks like they're heading back now, though. Hi, Ninja. Was it all worth it for one Praxis kit? Oh, heck yes. 100% yes. I don't think we're ready for the upgrade I really want, but, oh, we are ready for it. Nice. Maybe I can even take care of these guys now. Can't hurt to try, I guess. But this upgrade right here should at least be a decent shot at this.
Yo, someone there?
Also, standing up might have helped a long time ago. How'd you see me? How'd you see me? I'm behind a wall. Maybe I should just run away, but I really want that experience and the money. Alright, this is the last chance. And then you guys are probably getting bored of just seeing me fail the same thing over and over again, so we'll move on after that. So how do you see me from behind the wall? You do see me from behind the wall though, that's annoying. Okay. Alright then, we'll just continue on, because I am tired of this. I'm sure you guys are tired of this. I can come by and knock them out later anyways, so. I just can't be found at the moment, that's all. But yeah, the augmentation, for those curious, I got the one that lets me knock out 2 people at once, so that should make my life a little bit easier. Admittedly, I have to be a little closer than this, so. Okay, I think we made it through. Seems that way. Did I locate the weapon cache? Where's the weapon cache? I don't remember find. Oh wait, maybe over here. I don't remember finding a weapon cache. I think this is it though. Yeah, okay. Locate the RB weapons cache. Got it. So now I think we just need to grab it and get out. Now let's see, how full is my inventory? Not too full. That pistol I will take. Yeah. Ammunition count, okay. combat rifle or machine pistol? Well, I'll be coming back here later anyways, so... No, not yet. I know there is a rocket launcher here, so I will be coming back anyways. I have to come back here for the, what do I have to come back here for? The main mission anyways, so... This is just, a side mission at the moment. But you're right, I do remember the rocket launcher being here. Twitch, why? Why? Thank you, Tom, or Punch, why? Why? No, you're, Tom, you're fine, it was loony. The word was loony. I don't get it. Is that a derogatory slur? Can I not talk about the Looney Tunes anymore? I don't understand. It's a derogatory term, I'll stop using it. I just don't get it. I just want an explanation, that's all. Yeah. And I'd agree, just, yeah. You know what? I'll just come back later. I'll get the rocket launcher later. Let's just climb back down. We got the weapon shipment. Yeah, and I agree with that, Tom. That's why, as I said, for the most part, I won't respond back to people, but yeah, I probably should also just stop going on Twitter. For the most part. Like, sometimes there's some really good stuff on Twitter, but... for the most part, people just like to be mean, and it's frustrating. I find it funny they don't hear when I'm tromping through the sludge underneath them, because it's like, yep, here we are. The crud and sludge. Oh, I know where I am. Okay. I'll have to come back here later. That's fine. I did want to see if I could do this here real quick.
We got the high ground now, bro. Thanks to the beef, the bangers don't got half the artillery we do.
Good to know.
So tell me, you chosen a weapon and technique for the last stage of your initiation?
Yeah. I'm gonna muck one of the hobos under the overpass with longsword.
Sniper action. Very nice.
You guys are gonna kill hobos. You are two outstanding citizens. Admittedly, they're gang members, but... Okay, what do you have? You have a machine pistol. I don't know if we have one of those yet. Well, we don't have enough room for it, so... we'll take your... I guess we could have left that here. That's alright. Eeh. I don't have muscle. Well, that'll work. Oh, hey. That's fine. I'll be right back. Where am I? So yeah, we should be able to get out of Detroit here within the next hour or so. Yes, I could be wrong. But basically, we have most of the last mission taken care of as well, considering the fact that the last mission in Detroit also takes place in the gang territory, and we are, for the most part, pretty augmented for this section since we did all the side quests. Like, we're not amazing or anything. We don't have the cloaking yet. I went for defense first because shotguns hurt. Admittedly, I want another level of defense, but I'll probably do another level of defense after we get the invisibility. There's just so many choices. So many wonders aplenty. I'd like to sell, please. I have some grenades that I definitely don't need. Admittedly, I also want some more inventory space, so... I don't think there's anything I can upgrade my ammo capacity on, so I'll just go ahead and sell it. I guess I should have done that first, but I'm almost positive you can't upgrade the ammo capacity. Reload speed, yes. Ammo capacity, no. I'm almost positive there's nothing you can upgrade for the stun gun. Correct. There might be one other thing you can do for this. Yeah. Yeah, there's one other thing we can get for the tranquilizer rifle that'll make it better, but the main thing for the tranquilizer rifle is the reload speed, which admittedly, that would be quite nice to get, so hopefully we can get that here soon. We'll see. Admittedly, since I'm going to be grabbing the rocket launcher, I might want to get increased inventory space. So I'm planning to hold on to that baby until we get to late Shanghai. There's a specific section of Shanghai that I'm thinking of, honestly. So, but admittedly, if we have an EMP grenade, that would also solve the problem. But rocket launchers are fun. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. Jenny, Jenny, who can I turn to? 8675309. That's, once again, not really an appropriate song, but a lot of the songs from the 80s and 70s and 90s were catchy, I'm not gonna lie.
Did you get everything? We have to get that son of a bitch, Jensen.
I think I have everything.
Excellent, Jensen. I knew I could trust you. You identified the shipment completely unnoticed, and my guys got their hands on Double T. Awesome job. What else you got?
I think O'Malley's plan was to start a controlled gang war between the derelict road ballers and the Motor City bangers. You might want to check into that.
Really? All right, I'll keep that in mind when I review all the evidence.
Here's the weapon used in the dealer's murder. Hope you can make good use of it.
You bet, big boy. I've got a feeling O'Malley's guy will become a lot more receptive to interrogation once he knows I can pin this murder on him.
I paid a little B&E visit to O'Malley's apartment. There was a second shipment of weapons, government issue. I don't know how he got his hands on that type of hardware, but the man's got reach.
Great work. Found something else?
I found a stash of illegal drugs. Not much, but enough to get him convicted.
Good. The more dirt we dig up on that asshole,
Language
the better our
lady.
chances to put him away for good. Got anything else?
I managed to hack into his personal account. I think you might want to check any connection O'Malley has with FEMA. There's definitely something going on there.
My God, Jensen. With all you've uncovered, you've probably provided us with months of legal investigation. What's next? You're gonna tell me you found proof he's got free satellite TV?
No, that about covers it.
Well, that's it. You
You
did a
back?
great job.
Okay, good.
Here's the stuff I promised you. We've got more than enough to nail him now, and I want to make a move before that son of a bitch gets wise. But I ain't got no backup, and I doubt he'll go down peacefully. You've already done the bulk of the job. You want to put the finishing touches on yourself?
It'll be my pleasure.
Perfect. My contact tells me O'Malley's gone back to his apartment. Go get him. I'll be waiting for you in the alley near the building once you've taken care of that scumbag.
Because I think technically you get more experience for doing this, so... Now, admittedly, I don't remember if he suspects you, or if you can just straight up deck him. We'll find out. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. No, wait, this isn't Dragon Ball Z. This is just a streaming episode. Alley-oop. Refreshingly, right? Have a good night, Tom. God bless. Thanks for coming by. You can just deck whoever you like. That is true. That honestly, if you couldn't do that, that would make this game so much harder. Hold on a second.
Mr. Jensen. Don't know why I didn't recognize you the first time. Here to make sure your treachery is complete.
You play a dangerous game, O'Malley. Manipulating people, killing them. What's happening here shouldn't come as a surprise. It's an inevitable consequence.
In the end, it seems you and I aren't so different, Mr. Jensen. You too seem to consider this world only through cold, hard...
Consider the world through my cold, hard
I'm
fist.
here to arrest you. I strongly suggest you consider a peaceful resolution.
I'm afraid I won't be able to comply, Mr. Jensen. But allow me to make you a different offer.
Save your breath. We're done with this bullshit. You're going down.
So be it.
By the way, I'm right next to you. Good night. I know not to go ahead and talk to you, except for when I'm right to your left. Oh yeah, the exploit 1000%. Yeah, it's like, nope. Good night. We're not dealing with this. I do know of that one all too well, because it's like, yep. It's beautiful. More experience, please.
So?
He's dead.
What happened?
I mean, not really.
He looked a bit tired and it made him grumpy. He's asleep now. All that's left to do is go in there and cuff him.
I've always liked your style, Jensen. I know I've said it a couple of times already, but
No problem.
thanks. You've done a really good thing today. It's been a pleasure working with you again. Just like old times, eh? Good luck with... well, whatever it is your cute ass is working on these days. You did a good thing, Jensen. Once a good cop, always a good
Well, I
cop.
try, but life's hard sometimes. Let's see. Do I want to upgrade now to have more inventory? Or save for stealth? That's a hard choice, to be quite honest. I really would like some more inventory, honestly. We'll wait for now. Not like I had to spend it right away, because if I do want the stealth, you need 2 praxis points anyways, so...
What'll it...
Alright, let's go work on the main mission. Because, yeah, I think we've done all the side quests here. I can't remember any other side quests here. Maybe I'm missing one, but... eh. Back to the police station. Hello, officer. I bet you can, sir. I bet you can. Still, I am excited to get back to Balan Wonderworld tomorrow. I really have been enjoying it more than I expected. I wouldn't call it a great game. I'd probably give it a 50 out of 100, honestly, which... no, 55. I think I give it a 55. Which, for me, that means I wouldn't want to pay full price for it, but... $30, as I've said, would have been a fine price for it when it first came out. $60 was way too much. I don't know who they were trying to kid with 60. Never mind, it's Square Enix. I know who they were trying to kid. Everybody. The load times really are the worst part about Deus Ex Human Revolution. Admittedly, if I thought my PC could... well, my PC doesn't have a solid-state drive anyways, but if I thought my PC could do this, and I had a solid-state drive, that might make it go faster. Not positive, though. Hi, honey. Are you leaving it there? You want to come on stream? Are you angry?
No, I'm mad at you. You didn't do the blankets.
I will do it. Calm down. I'll do it right now, in fact.
I'll do it now.
I had to beat up a man undetected. I'm playing video games. Not quite, but I was about to do it. I was about to do it right now, actually. Tell you that I get no respect.
Sorry, baby, can't do it.
I wouldn't want to anyways. That's a sin. Oh, we already got that. Did we get both? Okay, yeah, we got both. Let's continue on. There's something behind these? If there is, I can't tell. Ammo, yes please. I'll take it to sell. And a Cyber Boost Pro Proficiency. Pro Energy Bar. Do we have a pistol yet? I mean, it doesn't matter. Ooh, really low speed. Yep, that I do want. Okay. Pistol, yeah. Another pistol. Okay, so now my tranquilizer rifle should reload faster, which that's good.
Access granted.
Okay. There we go. Okay.
Access
Cool.
granted.
Oh, did I just go outside by mistake? I think I did. Whoopsies. I should probably read doors. Reading doors would make a lot of sense, to be quite honest. But where does this go to? I think I know exactly where this goes to. I think we've been down here. I think this is the one man we accidentally murdered. Not you, but pretty sure there is one person we accidentally murdered. There he is! I'm sorry, the game threw you into the electrified water. It wasn't my fault. Hey, a pistol. Missed that the first time. Oh, that felt good. Need to check my Discord here real quick, just because I know there's some pinned messages. There haven't been any pinned messages yet. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. St. Clement and St. James Lesser. Okay. I am going to look into that here soon. Okay, let's actually go where we're supposed to. Nope, no more lockers. Okay. Let's see if there's any. No, I want to see if there's anything else here first.
About time. You the home sec guy I was ordered to wait for? Tell Manderley I didn't get the memo until I was halfway through the autopsy. By then, it was too late to close him up again.
Right.
I love the fact that they mentioned Joseph Manderley. It's like I didn't even realize that the first time I played through here. It's like Manderley. It's like I forgot who that was.
I can't guarantee you'll get anything useful out of it, other than the fact that it's been modified.
Modified? With what?
Some kind of wet drive. But hey, I didn't look. Ultraviolet means ultraviolet, and I know how touchy you guys get when it comes to matters of national security. He's all yours. The house been detached, but I left it in the skull as ordered. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got paperwork to fix.
Thank you. But I do want your candy bar that I saw you had in here. Maybe it wasn't a candy bar.
What do you want now? Looking the other way for you guys is one thing, but I'm not going to help you carry him out of here. You're supposed to have a partner for that. Where the hell is she?
Oh, you know, my partner's been delayed. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to hack the things you have in here so I can get experience.
Boss, I got the neural hub. Looks like it's been modified with some kind of wet drive. Pritchard should have a look at it.
No, don't bring it here. Frank's not finished running his diagnostic, and I don't want to risk connecting any tech to our networks till he's done.
Especially if the tech is military. So what do you want me to do?
Take the hub to your apartment. I'll have Frank contact you there.
Okay. But first, hacking time. Still, it is nice that we're actually making progress.
Access granted.
That's over there. Okay.
Access granted.
Okay. Back to our apartment. Maybe get enough for another level up. I do want to see what this is, though, real quickly. Hypostim. Okay. Grants another 50 health. Fine. That's fair.
Repeated requests for an interview.
Hey, give me a call in a couple of days.
Okay.
Okay.
Earlier in the week, but police decided.
Thankfully, Adam's apartment isn't too far from here. Any day now. Yeah, without level 5 hacking, I think we've explored most of the places here too. We have level 3, which is good for now, but I would like to get level 5 by the time we come back to Detroit. So I think we don't come back to Detroit until after we do 2 more missions, 1 other hub world, then we come back here. So we got another mission coming up, then I think we go to Shanghai after that, then we got another mission after that, then we come back here if memory serves. Actually, I think it's Hong Kong, not Shanghai.
Where are you, Jensen? I haven't
Nice
gone
to
all
see
night.
hear you too, Pritchard.
Hello, Pritchard. I'm almost in my apartment now.
Well, when you do get in there, connect the neural hub to your
Okay,
computer.
Pritchard.
I've created a secure tunnel, and I'll take over remotely.
You can access my personal computer.
Who do you think configured your security protocols?
I mean, he does kind of have a point there. Still a little disconcerting, but... pardon me.
Pritchard, the hub's connected.
I know. Now be quiet and let me concentrate.
I need his name, Pritchard, not his entire genetic history.
That's not his DNA. It's the data he was trying to steal from us before he... My God, Jensen. Your suicide hacker didn't kill himself.
You obviously didn't see his brain splattered all over the floor.
No, you don't understand. The wet drive modification in this chip, it allows someone to hack through you. It turns you quite literally into a human proxy.
So he wasn't working alone. Someone off-site was doing the actual hacking.
Seems that way.
Exactly. And whoever it was tried to hide his location by using multiple satellites. But I may have just traced him to here. An abandoned factory complex in Highland Park.
Get me the address, Pritchard. Because if we're lucky, whoever pulled our terrorist strings might still be there.
They're not. I'm pretty sure.
Adam, it's David.
Let me guess. You're sending me to Highland Park.
Not just yet. Frank's figured out why the network's been compromised. There's a persistent transmission coming from Derelict Row.
Street gang territory?
Well, our dead friend was posing as an Antioch. Who better to hide with than the D-Row?
That's true.
Right. I'm on my way.
So this is good. I'd recommend my wife mix it again, but it needs some almonds, I think. That's like the cashews? Is it cashews or almonds that you typically find in Chinese food? I can't remember now. Whichever one of those it is, that's what I'd say would spice this up a notch. But it's good still, so. I like my wife's cooking. Well, either, okay, that's fair then. It definitely just feels like it's missing that, and if that was added, it would be... I think you're right, yeah. Probably unsalted cashews too would be my guess, but that I don't know.
Jensen, I'd appreciate it if you instructed your street informants to use more conventional means of contacting you.
What are you talking about, Pritchard?
I mean, I found a message stapled to your door. Colo, alley off Bagley Avenue, Ezekiel. How cryptic.
That's near Seraph HQ. I'll look into it. Oh, and it's Cholo.
I forgot about this last mission. I thought this had happened later for some reason. I think it's just information, but still. Information isn't bad. Plus, it might give us some extra experience, which, once again, never a bad thing. I am down to clown with more experience. Oh, I can sell some stuff while I'm here, too. Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
What?
10mm? Yep, okay. Any of this? We do need to sell one of these. Okay. Do I really need to have both 10 cyber boost energy bars and a triple? This just feels like it's taking up room. Let's go ahead and sell this. I hate to do it, but I only got limited space, man.
Oh.
And we can sell this other thing too, because it's taking up room.
What?
See it.
Hi, Thorin. What's up? You're a cute cat. I don't think I have any more beer for you. I already give you another beer. I think I'll have myself a beer. Oh, oh, whoa, whoa. Well, maybe I'll have a beer after the 90-day Exodus. That's one I am sticking to. I really want a soda. I know that technically you can on Sundays, so I might have a soda here and there just so I don't lose the... Soda tasted really weird for a long time after not drinking it for 90 days, but I don't know. Maybe I'll do it again. We'll see.
I see you got my message, Cabrón.
Sanders. You're taking a risk meeting this close to Seraph headquarters.
Same risk as you, considering you're the one who let me go. But I don't plan to stick around that long.
Yeah? So what's this about?
I did some house cleaning after the plant. And I turned up some intel on that gearhead motherfucker who used me and my brother. Chink left a pocket secretary behind. Don't say who he was working for, but it's got access codes, names, shit like that.
Why are you giving it to me?
Maybe I don't like feeling like I owe you. Or maybe I figured I'd send a snake to kill a snake. Take or to leave it, pendejo. Either way, my debt is paid. Get lost, Pedro. You got shit to do.
You're the one who saved the hostages. Listen, I ain't no killer. It was never supposed to go that far. I mean, I'm glad you was able to stop that. No matter what Zeke thinks.
Back away, Hansa. Maybe I didn't see you at the plant, but I can see
I like what
you
the other
now.
guy said better.
You're a really sneaky fuck, ain't you? Well, if Zeke weren't here to stop me, I'd rip off your legs. I'd like to see how sneaky
I
you
use
do
my
that.
arms to bring myself to you and knock you out, boy.
But I'll tell you something else, man. What your company's doing is even worse, man. It's holding everyone on the planet hostage.
Well, I definitely disagree with augmentation. I can't really say they're holding people hostage. People, for the most part, I think Adam's like one of the few, well, Adam and probably other people in the military are the exception, that they can choose to get augmentation or not. I wouldn't say it's holding them hostage, but it is... That's true. There's a black market for these things. That is... Yeah. That is very true. And I was going to say, the neuropozyne is also a very bad thing, because obviously people start to get the shakes, the ache. I can't remember what the funny joke is from Spaceballs. Yeah, and that's what I was about to get at too. So he is the exception to the rule, because I've looked into it here and there, and it's a little silly, but it's still interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say, you're right. Adam's the only one that doesn't need the neuropozyne. I can't remember if Adam was a test tube baby, or what the whole story behind that was. That's fine. Okay. I know that there's 3 people down here. Yeah. And obviously, if he was a test tube baby, that's not something we'd agree with, but it wouldn't be Adam's fault, so. I probably won't need this, but... Oh gosh. Eh. I've decided to play peekaboo. Peekaboo! I feel better. Pardon me. Alright, let's go the other way now. Got that extra experience that I wanted down here.
My God.
Yeah, I'm not the one who shot people. I just wanted to knock them out for the experience. Now that you say it, lady, that does make it seem a little crazy, not gonna lie. Well, I mean, I wanted their weapons too to sell them, so. It's not just that, yes. I wanted the experience too.
Jensen,
How can I help you, Francis?
you know why I'm contacting you.
The transmission that's making a mockery of your security efforts?
It's keeping a back door open into our network. None of us are secure unless you find the antenna that's sending it and shut it down.
For you, anything.
Let's see if I can knock you both out at the same time. Actually, I want to find where this other guy is real quickly. Where'd you come from? Oh yeah! Invisible enemy, my favorite, yeah! That means he died, doesn't it? Because it's like, he probably fell out at the map. I also can't get his loot. That sucks. I think you're right. Oh man, if he was a ghost, he must have ghost loot. I really want it. I think he was meant to be later in the level, and somehow he got over here. I could be wrong, but that's my guess. No, don't go any farther. I have a machine pistol already? I do. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go sell my loot. Ah! This guy's phasing in and out of existence. What is going on? What is happening? My Wii U is definitely having a time. That is true. Oh goodness. Hopefully it doesn't burn. You're gonna burn, alright. Immediately, once I hit 40,000 credits, I probably won't run back to the merchant every time. I think 40,000 credits is enough for basically the rest of the game.
What?
As is, I think we're pretty close to 40,000 credits, and you can see that yes, we in fact are. Because the thing is, we're not gonna stop getting credits through the rest of the game, so 40,000 credits in Detroit, that'll probably basically make it we're good. Oh goodness. See, I'm wondering if I should save, exit the game, and restart, because I think that enemy is really actually screwing with everything, because it's not supposed to lag this much. I know there's points of stutter here and there, which I don't mind too much. It's pretty infrequent for the most part, but at the moment, it's definitely causing more of them. But admittedly, if I can just beat the rest of this level, it should be fine, because I think that they have to reload the entire world the next time you come through, so... Ghost Boy here shouldn't be a problem. Well, looks like he's not spawning this time, so... That's good for me. Nope, never mind, he came back.
See? Didn't I tell you it was a stupid idea to let those Purity First assholes set up camp on our turf?
Yeah, but it wasn't our decision, so too bad. Besides, they paid rent like everybody else, so what's the big deal?
Come on. These fucks have been coming in here promising all sorts of glory and bullshit if we join them. And all they're doing is getting us killed.
You're just jealous because they never took you.
After the way they fucked up their op in Milwaukee Junctions, they should have just blown up that building sky high with every fucking robo-hogger inside it. Sanders is all talk.
Then why'd you bring him up?
I was really hoping for the double takedown there. Maybe I just don't know how to activate it. Nope, good night. Where's your pistol? There it is. Is there anything else to explore in here before I run off, actually? This could be useful, actually. As long as we run away immediately afterwards. One guy.
Keep your eyes open. Something weird's going on.
Pistol, okay. Definitely somebody looking at us at the moment. Okay. Hopefully he'll turn around here in a second. Maybe not. I did actually, but I don't. Nobody's here. So nothing. There we go, got him. Hi, how are you? Well, everybody's here at the moment, so why don't I go a different direction for the time being. See if I can sneak up on some of them. Okay, they're just alarmed now instead of hostile. That's good. Makes my life easier. I haven't seen any alternative routes yet. Not missing out on any experience, that's good. This guy's alarmed. These guys are alarmed, I should say. 2 of them? 3 of them? An amount of them. You know, I do have enough that I could go sell again. I bet by the time they come back, they won't be alarmed anymore either. So why don't I do that? Come on back, see if Mr. Ghost Boy's here. Yep. Oh, and he's even levitating now. Nice. This glitch just keeps improving all the time. Pray we don't. We have altered reality. Pray we don't alter it further. Exactly. Our reality is augmented. Oh gosh, that is definitely causing some lag though. I didn't say to do that. That's alright. Okay, this is gonna give us a fair amount of money again.
What'll...
Need any of this stuff? No, we're good there. Okay.
See.
I'll say basically with the next salvo of stuff we sold, we would have hit 40,000 credits. So I'm gonna say we're good for now. And just go ahead and finish this off. Because it seems like the more we run through Detroit at the moment, the worse it gets. So I'm gonna hope when we come back later that Ghost Boy doesn't be causing us problems. Still, we'll be able to get through Detroit in about a little less than 3 hours. That's not a bad amount of time, to be quite honest. Loop. He's not here this time. Not yet, at least. Oh, back again. I'm just amused to see when he's back now, honestly. Okay, we got one guy here. They said they're not alarmed anymore, so... Got 2 people here. So we'll wait for this guy. Come back, then look at the other guy. Yep. There he is. Gotta wait for him to turn around, or... Actually... Night. Oh, sweet, we gotta level up. Nice. Let's take advantage of that. You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and start buying the cloaking system. Not gonna be amazing at the moment, but it'll at least be useful. Once we get it up higher, it'll be better. Especially once we get more bars of energy and more our energy to recharge faster. Various things so as to be helping it out. But hey, we have our first active augmentation. That's nice, instead of passive. Admittedly, the fact that we take less damage passively is something I'm not opposed to. Like, at all. Okay, so this is where we would have come earlier and got it. Understood. Nothing down here though. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, just get out of the way. Darn. Really was hoping we could get in there. Well, maybe we can find the exit so we can at least get the experience for that. That'd be nice. There's this guy right here. A little farther. Okay. Yeah, just go nighty night. Let's get you on out of here though. Shall we? I know the rocket launcher's around here somewhere. There's those two guys.
Hey, did you hear that? You see that or what?
That didn't quite go as I wanted. Oh, you don't see nothing. I don't have enough health for you at the moment, sir. Well, that's a lot of people.
Run, you bastard! Don't hide on me, all.
Save me, stun gun. Save me, stun gun. Guys are gonna shoot your friends. How'd you see me? Hello, goodbye. Why don't you come over here, you know? If you come over here, I can knock you out. At least more easily. I could knock you out technically, otherwise as well. Oh, hello! Yeah, come on over here. Come on. Okay, don't come over here for like another 5 seconds, please. I actually don't have enough energy to knock you out quite yet.
Better make sure,
No, you don't. He stays asleep. As do you. Well, that could have gone worse, but I will say that the invisibility did help at least a little bit. Just need to get some more energy, the ability to regenerate energy faster, etc, etc. There's just a couple things we need. That'll make life easier. We'll get there eventually. Okay, let's see, is there anything else to explore around here? Might be. Good idea to double check. This is where we were earlier, okay. We accidentally got caught the first time, but it turned out okay, as I said, since we don't need to be 100% stealthy anymore. I just don't care anymore. This is the Wii U version, it ain't like I can get achievements here, so it doesn't matter to me. I'm glad I came back for that, though. I would have missed out on that free 200 experience, which is nice. Nothing over here. Cool, got up here. Okay, there's two guys here. They didn't know I was here though, so that's good. Oh, hobos. Hello, hobos.
What's all the fuss about this augmentation technology?
Can I read your ebook?
Have you seen the news lately? It's horrible. Global warming, augmentation regulation. Never ends.
We'll do that. That's no, nothing over here really, but there is that to go explore. Do that in a second. Go take out these two guys. Explore there.
Hey, did you hear that? Holy shit!
Over here. Good night. Good night again. One in. Oh, there's a rocket launcher. Yeah, that's about what I was expecting. Okay, let's go sell all this extra stuff so we can grab a rocket launcher. Because I do want the rocket launcher. Quite a substantial amount. Also check out this real quick. You guys are okay. It's okay, I'm not gonna hurt you. They were shooting at me. I wasn't shooting. It's okay. Okay, the gas is going off now. Which means I can come through here so as to be able to explore. Grab a credit chip. It does. You are correct, but it's still so worth it. I mean, who doesn't want a rocket launcher? Come on. Really no experience for climbing through here? Sad. Oh well, whatever. Well, at least we can go through here so as to sell stuff real quickly, so... I think this will be faster, plus we can avoid Ghost Boy, so... Maybe if we avoid him, we, won't have the game glitch out quite as much. I don't know that for sure, but... Oh yeah, you're in here. Yeah, you're not dead. Okay. I guess worst comes to worst, I can always just sell the rocket launcher too. I'm sure it's probably worth at least a fair amount. Oh goodness. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember seeing any other ammo for the rocket launcher after this now. I'm sure there is. I probably just missed it or I'm misremembering. Either or. But it's alright. I could have put this back on after I said birth. Yeah, I can put on hat. Me good at hat.
How may I be of service?
Oh hey, we have more. Nice. And we've hit 40,000, so I'm quite pleased with that. Yeah, as I said, you don't really need too terribly much money, but it's nice to be able to afford all the Praxis kits in each town as soon as you get there, just so as to give you a little bit of an edge. And whatever else you might need. Admittedly, I haven't seen nearly as many stun gun cartridges as I would like, but that is what it is. I can't really do much about that. Hi, Ninja. What's up? Yes. May I help you? Would you like pets, Ninja? I suppose I can't say no to you. In 1 minute, this thirsty cat wants pets. Alright, cat, you happy? I'd like to play the game now, please. If you come up here, Ninja, I'll be able to pet you more easily. See, I do kind of want to get the Icarus landing system, just so we don't have to climb ladders as much. I know that sounds like a bad reason, but speeding up stuff? I don't know, I'm kind of down for that. Now the other question is, do we even have enough room for... He does, I mean, that is true. Yeah, no, he can't take fall damage worth a hoot, so it's like, there is that other factor of it. It'll speed things up, and I'll be able to not die from my shins breaking. Yeah, like, I think a fall from this height might actually kill Adam. I'm not gonna find out. Oh no! Okay, I'm gonna see if I can actually still hold that. I think I can if I... Yep, okay, just had to move my inventory around a little bit. We have one small space now. Goodness, does the rocket launcher take up a lot of space? I think the next thing on my list is more inventory space. And then maybe the Icarus landing system. I know, there's a couple things that I definitely want, but it's like, what do I need at this moment? And I'm gonna keep the rocket launcher on me. I need inventory space. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Mr. Taggart went on to express a sincere desire to stand in front of the General Assembly.
To be honest, admittedly, I am thinking about going and just selling the rocket launcher right now, just because of the sheer amount of space it takes. I want it, but I forgot just how chunky this bad boy is. Remember, why can't I save? Fine, I know how to deal with mines now, so it's okay. There's admittedly a second way to do this, aside from grabbing the mines, but this gets you more money, so... If you hold one of the barrels in front of you, you can most of the time survive the explosion the mines do. Fun story. True story, too. Just those 4? Might just be those 4. Looks like it. Have to be careful though, there might be more over here.
Should that day ever come to pass, one cannot help
I'm telling you, something big is going on in Highland Park. Now, Stewie didn't say much, but when he got close to the warehouse, there were already people in there.
Was it the bangers? I heard they've been expanding out there.
No, from what he described, it was too slick, even for them. High-tech setup, serious firepower.
How serious?
Sounds like military-grade stuff to me. And you know Stewie, he don't exaggerate.
Oh, Deus Ex. Alright, yeah, let's go sell the rocket launcher. It just takes up too much space at the moment. If we had more inventory space, that'd be fine. But as is... money. I hate to say it, because I do really want the rocket launcher, but... I'd rather cash and inventory space so I can get more cash. Now, admittedly, actually, if I sold the tranquilizer rifle... Actually, hold on. If I sold the tranquilizer rifle... The tranquilizer rifle really does take up close to the same amount of space. I really like the tranquilizer... Well, I don't really like the tranquilizer rifle that much, but it does happen to be useful to have on you for when you want to take out people from far away, so... That is a definite benefit. Nothing up here. Okay. No, nothing up here. I wasn't sure if you might be able to walk along the girders so as to get to another... Oh, I might need to go check on my wife and son. Sounds like Minimax is having time at the moment. And not a good time. I guess we can deal with our favorite friend Ghost Boy here real quickly. Wait, this is the wrong way. Door? Door? Door! Okay. Nope, he's still here. Now, admittedly, I'm kind of curious. What if we tried to tranquilize him? Or shoot him? Or explode him? You know, yeah, I will sell the rocket launcher, and then if they have any EMP grenades, I'll pick up a couple. I probably won't need any for... Actually, a couple EMP grenades wouldn't be bad as of the moment, because I know there's a couple mechs that we're coming up against here soon, so... That wouldn't be bad. Admittedly, maybe we don't need 5 concussion grenades, but we'll hold on to them for the time being. They could be useful eventually. That does sell for a lot, so, okay. What do you got that I can buy? Nothing that I'm interested in. Okay, goodbye. Well, let's get out of Detroit, shall we? I think I'm gonna grab another cup of tea after I get out of Detroit, because I'm pretty sure my wife said she was making more tea. And tea... I don't know, I was gonna go with that. I was gonna say something along the lines of tea is nice, which is true. Tea is nice, but I think I was gonna try to make it into a joke. I'm not sure how I would make tea into a joke, honestly, so... Not positive. Let's see. Everything... no. Okay. Yeah, we got almost 43,000. With the next machine pistol we pick up, we will definitely have 43,000. So we're doing pretty okay on money. The Wii U gamepad might die in a minute or two here. I am waiting to see exactly how long it can go without needing a charge at the moment. Because the thing on Amazon said it should last for about 5 hours. We're about 2.5 hours into the stream at the moment, and it is currently flashing red, which makes me think it's just... Hi, Trainrig, how are you? Trainer, I can't read, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say, I like this game too. It's a really good game. I don't know if I would... I like this game a lot. How about I just leave it there? I do like this game a lot. Human Revolution's a lot of fun. I have, I admittedly haven't beat it yet. I got up to Missing Link DLC and my, save file got corrupted. There we go, had to think about it, so... It'll be nice to actually play through all the way this time. Do one of you have a pistol? What? Maybe not. Okay. Nice. I would like to pick this up for PS3 at some point, but I have the Wii U version at the moment. I have it for PC as well, but I need to get a new graphics card before I can even think about trying to stream from my PC, any games from my PC at the moment. So I'm hoping to be able to pick one up soon. Make sure there's nothing we'd miss before we Go ahead and leave. Which trophy is it, out of curiosity? Is it the one to make through the entire game without being seen? Yeah, this is the Wii U version, yep. Don't see anything else here. I know the Wii U had some problems, but honestly, I really like the system. It had a lot going for it, but it's just... Man, did Nintendo not advertise for it well at all. Okay, I see where we are. Nintendo basically set it out, gave it bad advertising, and sent it to its grave, unfortunately. At least they learned for the Switch, so that's a positive.
Access granted.
Without ringing alarms. Okay, that makes sense. I can understand why you'd want to take a break from it. That makes sense entirely.
Boss, is that back door still open?
No, good job. Frank just sent me the all clear. Now it's time to find the bastards who attacked us.
Yeah,
Are you standing by?
On the line, boss. Jensen, you reading me?
Loud and clear.
Stay close to the antenna. Pritchard sent me the coordinates for it. I'm coming to pick you up.
It technically already has it loaded in. That's funny. I appreciate it. I was trying to see if I could get ran over, not gonna lie. Oh, is Foxius the Hound's a Metal Gear reference? Foxhound? I haven't played Metal Gear. I'd like to at some point, and I will eventually, but I haven't yet. Oh, nice.
Mr. Jensen, your limo has arrived.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else for me to do.
Yeah, let's go.
Great. Detroit local. This is Sarah Industries Bravo Echo Echo 008. Continuing on.
Did I ask you how you were doing, Trainer? I hope I did. I hope you're doing well. I apologize if I didn't. Pardon me. Sorry about that. Thought I felt a sneeze coming. Maybe I still do, but it's not coming at the moment, so... That's good, I guess. If I remember correctly, as soon as we land here, there should be a merchant here, so... Pardon me. We might be able to get through all this tonight. We have another 3 hours, so we'll see. 2.5 hours, really. Well, actually, closer to 3 hours, I guess. But either way, we'll see.
Richard, you got coordinates on that factory yet?
I was only able to pinpoint an approximate area, Jensen. So scout around and look for anything unusual. I'll keep monitoring the frequency in case it suddenly goes active.
What was that?
I ain't gonna mess with them boys. You look like you could give them a run.
Yo, what's good, man? You looking for some new toys? I can make you a good deal.
I could use some information.
I could tell you some shit for sure. What you want to know?
You guys seen anything suspicious going down around here?
Suspicious ain't the word, man. All types of caravans moving in and out of here. They're going all out.
Who is they?
Well, that's the problem. These motherfuckers ain't consistent, for real. The feds were buying up all the land from the textile manufacturers until about a month ago. That's when some started going down in this bitch. Some real. What you call it before?
Suspicious.
Word, suspicious. Something real suspicious started happening. These spec ops moved into the factory and started running some sort of major operation. They picked off my brother for trying to set up shop in the area. Rest in peace, Big Rizzle.
Yeah, rip.
Yeah, rip.
These spec ops
I forget just how nonchalant that line is.
They
Yeah,
got a patrol unit in
rip,
the courtyard,
you gang
and
member.
they got snipers on the roof and shit. Thing is, I saw some government vans lurking around, so it looks like they be moving the party somewhere else and making way for the feds once again.
Thanks.
All good. Anything else?
Might be a good idea to stock up. What do you have?
Shit, son. We got some hot items right now. Check it out. What you need? Good idea. Here you go, son. Anything else?
I could use some more ammo.
Yeah.
Good idea. Here you go, son. Anything else?
That wouldn't be bad either. Would I say it's a must play? Yeah, I would say it is. How you doing, Joyful Mind? Welcome back. How was the movie?
Anything else?
I would say it is a must play. It's a really good game. I wouldn't say it's as good as the original Deus Ex, but it's a very good game.
Son. Peace. And watch your back.
I would definitely recommend that it is played.
Yo, some guy with the scope is watching the slums. Keep your head down.
I must not watch. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, hello. Okay. That should help the tranquilizer rifle. We have an EMP. Hey, Trigger, thanks for the resub. How you doing? How was, I know you said you were at your parish. What did you say you were doing at your parish until 9? I can't remember, because I have bad memory. Youth group, that's right. I was gonna say, you even shared it, that way I'd know it was you. I appreciate it, True Grit, thank you. So for those that don't know, unless you share your Amazon Prime sub, it shows that I have another sub, but I don't know who it is. So I appreciate all subs, mind you, but I like to say thank you. So it's like, thank you, person. Oh no, projection of medieval Christianity based on misconceptions, that does sound bad. So like, church anti-science, Galileo was right, the Pope was wrong, that type of stuff, I assume. Now, admittedly, while Galileo was partially right, he was also partially wrong. And it's not so much that the Pope was against Galileo's teaching, he just said, prove it. Until you can prove it, I want you to show... I have not seen it. I don't watch many movies, honestly. The last movie I saw in theaters was Sonic the Hedgehog. And at this point, because I've just waited this long, I'm going to wait until Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is in theaters to watch that in theaters. Just so it can be a funny coincidence. I did see Encanto recently. I would not say that's a great movie, but it's not a bad movie either. I have been looking for some more Catholic/Christian movies. I have some I've been meaning to watch. I have 2 at the moment. No, 3. As I say, I do have the original Ben-Hur. Sorry, I'm just looking at this now. The original Ben-Hur. I have The Passion of the Christ, of course. I have The Ten Commandments, which I need to watch. I have I Confess by Alfred Hitchcock. I have A Man for All Seasons, which I've heard is very good. And I have The Scarlet and the Black, which I also want to see. So, I do have 3 movies I've been meaning to see that I have good recommendations on. I just haven't taken the time to do it yet. And maybe I should do that soon. Okay, gotcha. So the typical type of stuff. Alright. That's unfortunate, but I guess it's also to be expected. Well, on the bright side, at the very least, you saved me from a watch, so I appreciate that. How was youth group tonight, Trigger? Said Campador. How you doing, Yogurt? Based in 12th century. Okay. I first boss.
Manderley was supposed to have that morgue locked down, but somebody got to the corpse before we did. We can still reconfigure, track this Yahoo down.
It's too late for that. It's time to clean up.
But what about the Dutchman?
No loose ends, Barrett.
I'll make the call.
Malik, get out of
Hey,
sight
level
now.
up, nice.
Why? What's going on?
They're here. The mercs who killed Megan and her team.
Fuck.
I'm going in.
Language, Malik. I actually can't remember if Adam swears that much, to be quite honest. Let's see. I have not. I typically, these days, don't try to watch stuff on Netflix, so I don't want to support Netflix. I've heard that it is really good, though, so I've been meaning to watch it. Like, I keep hearing that it's really good, so I probably will just go ahead and watch it one of these days, because we do happen to, I heard it was okay. I heard that everything up until the end of Silence was good. I've been reading the book, but I need to finish it. I've started it a while ago, but I do need to continue on with it, to be quite honest. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this.
Orders are orders. Besides, we're about to pull out anyway. Just waiting on confirmation about you.
Don't want to jump across at the moment. Interesting. I've heard the name Charlie Cox before, but I don't remember from where. What else has he done? Okay, I do remember that. I haven't seen There Be Dragons, but I do remember hearing good things about that one as well, so I am curious about that. I'll have to look into that. There's a lot of films I've been meaning to look. I've heard The Chosen is really good, but I haven't watched that one yet either. I need to sit down with my wife and son and start watching that. So I do want to go after you, but... No, nobody's here. Please don't come this way.
Hello? If anyone is hiding here, you better come out. Who the hell is that? Stay down!
Nobody here. Hi, Thorn. Well, we were able to get out of that pretty easily. Hi. Come here, Thorn. We'll give them a minute. So as to calm down. Okay, fair enough. I'm sure my wife would be fine with watching Daredevil. I can probably convince her to watch it with me. That is one that I do want to watch, so... I've heard that the second season of Daredevil wasn't quite as good, but I'd still want to watch it, so... Interesting, that is pretty cool. Okay. At least they happened to turn around, so I'll give them that. That's good.
Who the hell is that? I see you. Shit. Off. Cover me. Oscar Mike. Hostile on the run. Initiate search pattern beta. I'll try over there.
10-4.
Clear. Stand down. You got away, but stay alert. No go.
Well, at least we're getting more experience since we're knocking these guys out over and over again, so that's not the worst thing ever. Fair. Sorry, I was trying to pay attention for a quick second there. Hello. Yes, please. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think I remember even hearing about the Defenders. That must mean it was really bad. I don't know. After, like, Sabrina, when that came out, and what they were doing with Cowboy Bebop, and just a couple other things, I can't remember what it's called at the moment. There's something else that was not great as... Ooh, hello. Meh. That's okay. I mean, it's always possible it could get better, so... That is something that I have to remember sometimes. I do, unfortunately, happen to unintentionally do a little bit too much doom and gloom. That's not on purpose. Well, I'm gonna die.
Search every corner.
Maybe come over here. Got most of you guys now. I just need like one or two more of you. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I don't die at the moment. Which I know isn't exactly the most enthralling of commentary, so I apologize. I'm not running. I'm just being stealthy. There's a difference. I think. It was on the 360, PS3, and Wii U. It's also on Steam. So, I would like them to re-release it, but I don't know if Square is going to do that at the moment, admittedly, because Square is... I like Square. I think Square makes some good games. they also make some awful business decisions. It's a darned if you do, darned if you don't kind of situation, unfortunately. Admittedly, I would say that, oh, inventory is full. Okay. Fair enough. Hey, dear. That is true, actually. That's a good point. It's definitely worth a shot. Yeah. I was trying to save energy, so I put it down to 40 minutes instead of an hour. That might be why. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help. Obviously, it wasn't quite good. No, that's okay. It's a good thing that I'm trying, though, right? I guess that would have made sense. Combat rifle. Like that's everything. I think we might need to check you. No, you're good. Okay. I was gonna say, that is one thing that I do like about the Xbox 3 and 4. Actually, I just... the naming conventions for the Xbox are so silly. That's like, man... Oh. Okay. Well, I know how to solve this situation. There we go. I love that they give you so many ways that you can explore in this game. It is really appreciated. Xbox 1080? Hey Homs, how are you doing? Hey, I'd be honestly fine if they just named the next Xbox the Xbox 5. They're just so weird with their names. Admittedly, Nintendo's kind of weird sometimes, too. Maybe not. The Nintendo 64 makes sense because it was 64 bits. The GameCube was a cube that played games. So, that makes enough sense. The Wii... Alright, the Wii doesn't really make sense. The Wii U makes more sense than the Wii. Because it was a sequel, it just... Once again, as I said earlier. That's fair, I appreciate you being here, Homs. Thank you. How's your homework going? Wait, hold on. Okay. The Wii was fun. Yeah, I mean, they made the Wii work, but with we would like to play. It's like... yeah, as I said... I don't know why they named the Wii U the Wii U. It's like, I get it, it's a successor, so that makes some sense there, but it's like... Alright, it's a successor, yes, I agree with that. Why is it called the Wii U? Well, I'm glad that you can make up for it. I'm sorry to hear that it's not going as smoothly as you were hoping for, though. That is always frustrating. There's a precedent for I would have been fine with the Super Wii. That would have been fine by me. Yeah. I would have had zero problems with them calling it the Super Wii. Yeah, most people thought that the Wii U was basically just a $300 extra thing that you could buy for the Wii. They thought it was not a new console. They thought it was just a tablet. Nintendo didn't advertise it well. The Wii U didn't really make it known what it was. So yeah, I agree that the Super Wii would have at least made more sense to consumers. It's like me, who's like, oh yeah, I love Nintendo. I'll definitely buy that. That's fair. I'll tell you what, though, Holmes. How about I keep you in my prayers at the very least, that you have a good semester? Is that fair? I understand that feeling all too well, though, so I still say don't feel too bad. Oh, hello. Yeah, more stuff to explore means more experience. More experience means more levels, etc., etc. Hopefully we have high enough hacking. We do. Okay, so... Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, I was gonna say, if anybody has any prayer requests, just let me know. I'm more than willing to pray for anybody here. I appreciate it, thank you. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that lately. I probably should. I should probably be asking for Blessed Carlo Acutis's intercession, that I am doing a good stream, because I do want to go ahead and evangelize through the stream, and I want to be welcoming to everybody. But I also don't want to back down in the faith, obviously, because I do want to be adamant about the faith, but I also want to be welcoming to people, and it's kind of a fine line, and that's something that I'm trying to be better about myself, because it is hard, honestly. It's like, I want to be welcoming to everybody, that way people don't just get scared off. Austin, you back?
For now. How much later are you streaming?
Midnight.
Your time?
Yeah, my time. I was gonna say, you are my time.
Do I live in your time?
You do live in my time.
Okay. I don't know how time zones work.
The time zones are a little confusing. I won't disagree with that. Yeah, I definitely think that asking Blessed Carlo Acutis for his intercession would be a good idea, honestly.
That is a saint I have not heard of.
He's fairly new, honestly. He is getting pushed a little quickly, which that is one thing that's one thing I don't like about the new canonization process. It does feel like it goes a little too quick. But Blessed Carlo Acutis was actually a very adamant young kid. He even made a website for God, and he basically, it's looking like, is going to be the saint of basically online interactions and that type of stuff.
Oh, sure.
Because we probably need one, honestly. Oh, that probably would have been the Joyful Mind. He was very nice and gifted a lot of subs last night, which I think I said thank you for that, Joyful Mind. So thank you. I do really appreciate that.
I got mine from him.
Oh, yeah, so it's awesome. So that means you guys should have access to the tier 1 emotes. I had to think about it for a second. It's like, what should you guys have access to? Eventually, you guys will have, what will you have? Man, my brain's not fully here at the moment. Badge subs. Sub badges. There we go. I just need to go ahead and make them. I already know exactly what I want to do with that, so. I was curious who the patron saint of hat making was, because I thought, since, I would like to wear, Yeah, I would like Venerable Fulton J. Sheen to be made a saint sometime. I definitely want them to do the due process with it, of course. Yeah, I was gonna say, those emotes you should have had access to already, Homs, because those are follower emotes. Let's see.
I'm just waiting for Tolkien to be made a saint.
That is true too. Would not be surprised, although the Tolkien Society is kind of doing everything in their power to make it look like he was a bad person. It's like, oh good, thank you for that.
Incidentally, Max, and maybe this came from a server we're both in, but have you heard the lovely quote about why C.S. Lewis wasn't Catholic?
I have not heard that, actually.
It goes something like, C.S. Lewis was so deeply Catholic that the only reason God didn't let him convert is so that Protestants would read him.
I mean, it could be true. It's like, I think that there was one or two things that basically held him back. It's like, I really wish he would have come. I really wish he would have come along. I mean, he could have had a deathbed conversion too, to be fair. So I hope he did.
My very limited understanding of the actual real world answer is that this man grew up in England in a very nationalistic time.
Yeah.
And the Church of England goes hand in hand with being English in some way.
I mean, yeah, that's probably true. That might be partially why it took G.K. Chesterton so long to convert also too, honestly.
Right.
It would make sense.
That said, while I haven't read everything Lewis has written, and I'm sure there are some non-Christian or non-Catholic Christian things in his writing.
Yeah.
Like mere Christianity is rock solid as far as I can tell.
Yeah, as far as I can tell as well, now that you say that. That's like... There might be a thing or two here and there, but I'm having trouble thinking of anything at the moment.
We absolutely will, Joyful.
March 20th? Okay.
Absolutely. Welcome home.
Of course, Joyful. I will definitely do that. I came back to the church myself 5 years ago? Yeah, 5 years ago. So I understand. I know I've told this story on stream before, but I'll go ahead and tell it again. I love my parents. I love both of them, but my mom is very much so a cafeteria Catholic. So she was not exactly the best about helping me to understand the faith. And my dad is so against religion that he actually didn't want me to be baptized as a baby. But my mom at least got that one right, so I appreciate that.
Max, you returned to the church basically the same year I met you.
Yes, that is correct. I think we met like May? Something like that?
That sounds right.
It would be about May, because I started coming back in January, and... Newman's quote speaks to you? I could understand that. That makes sense. I need to read more Newman, honestly. See, Newman's also an interesting one, going back into what you were saying, Austin, considering the fact that also, you know, Anglicanism, political point, etc., so...
Yeah. Is Newman's quote the one that is like, to be immersed in history is to recognize that the Catholic Church is valid?
I think so, yes.
It was certainly true for me. That's where I started.
Yeah. I mean, as for me, I just didn't... I was gonna say, yes, Hams is a history student, so it's like... As for me, the main reason I started coming back is, I think I've talked about this on stream, I've gotten better about it, but I actually do happen to be scared of death. I'm much better about it than when I came back to the faith a couple years ago, because I was just terrified of even the concept of dying, honestly, but I have definitely come around to understand that one day I will die, and basically I just had a panic attack on the way to work one day where I actually started looking into my faith, because it's like, as I said, my mom, I love her, but
Yeah.
She's very cafeteria. I didn't even know what a Catholic was technically at the time. I knew we were Catholic. I didn't realize that there was all these denominations, because I remember very clearly when I was dating somebody in middle school that I told them that we went to St. Pius, which we did, and they said, "Oh, you're Catholic?" It's like, what's that? So it's like,
Yeah.
my mom, I love her. I do love her very much, but unfortunately, it's like she just didn't teach me all that I needed to know, honestly. And it's like, as I said, my dad wasn't going to. Yeah, you were right. Sorry, not to interrupt you. One more. Joyful did say to be deep in history is cease to be Protestant, so you're absolutely correct in what.
Yeah. I had a thing and I lost it. What was it?
Being raised Catholic is what I was saying. I don't know if that helps you or not.
Yeah, you're talking about being raised Catholic and it being done badly.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I was going to say, but I will segue instead into say what you want about the place where we met, Max, and what it's become or not become.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, I would have never come to the church without the incredibly scholastic, rigorous, dare I say, traddy Catholic upbringing that I received there.
That's fair. And I would definitely say the old guard for that server was really good. It's just, I don't know what happened. Yeah. We won't name names because I agree.
Yes, setting aside what happened or didn't. That was like, I genuinely thank God that I was well catechized.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize how bad it was until long afterwards.
Yeah, like...
I remember what I was going to say. Talking about the fear of death.
Yeah.
My grandfather died of a brain aneurysm out of nowhere at 33.
Oh, wow.
And apparently this is a genetic predisposition. Both of my uncles have it, etc.
Right.
I have not been tested yet, but every time I'm mortally sick, I live in like soul-gripping terror.
Right.
That today's going to be the day.
I can understand that, yeah.
So perhaps when we go camping, we can talk about this.
I'd be down for that. Yeah, it's like I definitely have gotten better because I have read more Memento Mori stuff, but I'd definitely be down for that, Austin.
Yeah, it was a real wake-up call for me.
Yeah,
we could leave most of this for then. But
I mean, I'm fine with talk. I mean, we can talk about it again because it's like I get exactly where you're coming from. A lot of it for me is my scruples really mess with me a lot, even after my priest has said that's not a sin, or other people I've asked have said it's not a sin. So
we had a parishioner die maybe a month ago now.
Oh wow! Okay.
Sweet lady, absolutely touched my soul. When I met her 6 months before she died, I did not realize she had terminal cancer. She had just been married to her husband maybe a year beforehand.
Right.
They were lovely. Neither of them knew what their vocation was going to become.
Right.
But realizing what was happening and realizing how little time she had left had a profound effect on how I view life is a generic word for this, but like the way your world narrows when you realize, when you really internalize, you don't have forever.
Right.
Like, shakes me because I don't live that way, and we're absolutely called to live that way.
We are, and that's why I definitely try to be better. As I said, for me, it's just, man, does my scruples really messes with me because it's like if your priest has told you you're fine, unless they're an outlier priest, but
speaking in general.
Yeah, speaking in general, because it's like, it's just some things really bother me because it's like I know, like I've even read, I'll be honest, it's stuff related to the marriage. I've read Theology of the Body, so it's like, yep, I should be okay, but boy, do I still worry.
Even things like, how do I, like, take your streaming, for example. Yeah. I think you have found a wonderful way to use your gaming hobby to evangelize and to be Catholic in our culture.
Right.
This is not what I do with my gaming hobby. What you do with it, however infantile you may think it is from time to time, and whatever criticisms I have of you reading the catechism 4 times an hour or whatever.
I mean, that would be a lot of it. It was once an hour. Come on, Austin.
Yeah, it's certainly more Catholic than how I live my life. And boy, even if I flip my life 180 tonight, I have a lot of ill-spent time to answer for. I don't have any good answers.
I do too. Honestly, I think I will go to purgatory, but as long as I hit purgatory, I'll be happy. Of course, I'm aiming for heaven, but
if God decides that when I die, that I will be the last person out of purgatory, I will take that trade.
Yeah. Getting to heaven, Getting to heaven better than not heaven at all. Fully get that.
Any conditions God wants to put on my salvation, I am fine with.
Right.
As long as it is possible. And because he's God,
all things are possible.
He's not going to do anything he won't do anything unfair.
Right.
I don't want to name names here. The woman who is responsible for me coming to the church. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I do know exactly who you're talking about, who I have nothing against, just we had a falling out, unfortunately. Yeah.
She said something beautiful to me on that once that maybe will help with your scruples, but I'm just some guy on the internet. God is not an American lawyer. God is not an American judge. God is not out to get us on a technicality.
Yeah.
In fact, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
God will absolutely save us on a technicality. Any technicality he can find.
True.
Because as much as we want to be saved, as much as we don't want to die and go to hell,
right?
God he wants us in heaven more.
True. That's a good point. I agree with that. Sorry. Just want to read over chat real quickly because I've been ignoring everybody. I agree with you. Let's see. Let's see. Those were all questions that I pondered as a young man. I can understand the denomination. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, and that's one of the main reasons why I definitely do happen to choose am Catholic, because it's like you have all these minor denominations and they all vary, and it's like I know that the church, the stance of the church will not change. The unfortunate thing is the individuals in the church try to make it change. It's like, no, that's where you need a change. It's like, if I hold something that's heretical, I will change it. I will learn why it's heretical. I will learn why I have a problem with it. I will change. I will become better.
Yeah. I have gotten so many odd looks and comments from no, I believe everything the Catholic Church teaches. I don't have the catechism memorized.
Right.
But I certainly know the broad points, and if it turns out I am wrong, I will change my tune the moment I find out.
Exactly.
It's not even a question.
I agree with that, because it's like, I don't know how you'd think that you could be Catholic and pro-choice, but it's like, if I did, and I found out I was wrong, it's like, okay, I have some deep examining to do, but I'm going to change.
Yeah. Holmes, yeah. Holmes.
I'm pretty sure he's named after Xenoblade, if I can take a guess for that.
Given your area of interest, do you know Jackson Crawford? If not, look him up on YouTube. He's a PhD professor of Norse linguistics, former professor, he does the YouTube thing now, of Norse linguistics, who takes a very... I'm going to say this and then I'll explain it. A very nerdy stance towards Norse culture and myth. He translated the Prose Edda, but rather than just doing a sort of one-to-one, really dry translation, he did a translation that remembers that these are stories being told. He doesn't change anything, but he presents the information like a story rather than a dry list of sentences. I think you'd really dig him. Sometimes I pay attention to chat, Max. I'm not just a leech.
No, I know you're not. I need to get back to chat here. I just gotta hide so nobody comes along and pops me. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, Joyful. That makes sense. Becoming dissolution with married. Yeah, I can understand that too. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. Dad isn't religious either. Oh, okay, I could understand that. That would definitely be hard too. I think that my dad, I think my dad's different than your dad, Holmes. My dad is just more of a Jesus just said to love everybody, man, type of guy. It's like that. Jesus did say that. He also said a little bit more. Look past the brief point. And it's like, I don't know how he was entirely raised. I know my grandpa was Catholic. My dad has never really talked too much about how he was raised, so I don't know too much about that, admittedly, so. And it could be that he does just have some stuff that he needs to come to terms with. It's not easy to do, mind you, don't get me wrong. I'm not laying it out like, he just needs to get over it. It's not easy, but it might just be some stuff he has to come to terms with.
It hurt.
Go ahead, sorry.
It hurts my brain a little bit to try to wrestle with the question of my parents, who aren't religious of any kind, and like, what role do I have in saving them? Because I can't compel them. I'm not their parents.
Right. No, that's why. Yeah. I go ahead. Sorry.
It kind of trails off there, but presumably I have some responsibility.
Right. How'd you see me? And come in here. But yes, I would agree with that sentiment, because it's like, I am also trying to work on my mother. Oh gosh, that was terrifying for a second. My mother at the moment, that way she can hopefully work on my dad. Oh gosh, we weren't supposed to go that way. Because it's like, I am trying to give her subtle things so as to help her, because it's like, I gave her the gospel version of the Word on Fire Bible, the Gospels of the Word on Fire Bible, so that way that can hopefully help her, because I think that's a good Bible, honestly. It has commentary from the Church Fathers, from more recent figures. It has commentaries from Bishop Barron. It has the beautiful art that our church has as well, so...
I can't help but notice, Max, you are punching everyone when you have a perfectly functional gun in your hand.
You don't get as much experience for that.
I see. Here I thought it was a Catholic thing.
I mean, the gun doesn't kill people, so that it would be fine either way. Fair. So it is a tranquilizer rifle, so it's like, either way.
That's really cool, Joyful. I might have to pick it up for that alone.
Oh, is he? I haven't gotten that far yet. I am still on X, because I read the New Testament on Friday and Sunday. So I did read it today. Oh, I meant to use that. That's okay. Actually, yeah, let me grab that again. Bill's here. Yes. Yeah.
Have I talked to you, Max? Maybe I posted in the server when Tolkien's got a wonderful quote on the point of fantasy.
Yeah.
Have I told you it before?
Go ahead again. I don't. You might have, but I could also be forgetting and misremembering, or various other things. So
it goes something like spinning off of one of his other talks. People use escapism as a pejorative.
Sure.
But if we are, he was describing a situation in his world, but I think it equally applies to ours. If we are prisoners of a world that ignores anything but what we can see and touch and taste and so on.
Right.
Prisoners only have one duty, and that's to escape and bring as many people with them as they can.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah. I think I got it.
And there's nothing immoral or unreasonable about a prisoner desiring to escape their prison. Especially one that they've been put in unjustly.
That also makes sense.
Comms knew this one. I hope I've done it justice. I was doing it from memory. So, just by playing this game, Max, you are helping people to escape.
Right? I mean, unless it ends up killing them. I mean, I'll be honest, or not the protagonists, the antagonists are not the nicest of people. So I could definitely see them killing somebody for failing their mission.
Oh, do tell me, Hans. He has a lot of quotes on this matter.
Yeah.
That was just the one that came to mind for me. I'd love to know more of them.
So he has a lot of good quotes, just period. I know that one of his on marriage is one that I really appreciate, that even if you don't think that the woman you married is your soulmate, she is your soulmate just due to the fact that God put you with her, and that the thing that is that you're both working to get one another to heaven. Not the best way to phrase it. He definitely did it better than I did, but along those lines.
Do you know Chesterton's quote on the same matter?
I do not. I've been meaning to read more. I've read his Father Brown stories, and eventually I'll get around to The Everlasting Man, because I have The Everlasting Man, but I have not read much of The Everlasting Man as of yet.
I could do Chesterton quotes all night. It'd take me a little bit. I have to remember some of them. But the relevant one here is he's explaining, he's comparing loving someone and bringing them to heaven, and the whole process of marriage, through the metaphor of a city. Do you know why Rome was beautiful, Max?
Because it wasn't built in a day?
It was beautiful because people loved it. They didn't love it because it started out amazing and they're like, oh, I must love this.
Right.
They made it lovely by loving it.
Which
we
might
do
be...
the same thing with our spouses.
Yeah.
The specific example he uses is you don't buy a woman a necklace to make her neck pretty.
Right.
You buy her a necklace because her neck is already beautiful.
That makes sense. I can see that, yeah. That might be why America's kind of ugly these days.
Yeah, because we have stopped loving this country, and loving it doesn't mean forgiving its evils and letting them run rampant.
Right.
But it does mean forgiving its evils and trying to fix it.
Right. And I definitely agree with that. That makes a lot of sense. No, come back. I wanted to get both of you.
I do think, Joyful, that a lot of Chesterton's writing is sort of overwritten. But I realize part of that is it was the style at the time. And despite that, he has some great bangers. His quote about dragons is my favorite piece of literature on this planet. Precisely, Joyful. Unconditional willing of the good. Yeah, it's such a good quote. I almost don't want to spoil it for Max, but I think I'm going to.
Fair, go ahead.
Something like, Max, fairy tales, as we think of them, fairy stories, the stories of children, feature dragons and other monsters in them quite often.
Right.
And that's not because we need to tell people that dragons exist. We've known that since we were children and thought there was a monster under the bed.
Right.
What fairy tales do, unique to all other kinds of stories, is they remind us that dragons can be killed.
Makes sense. Yeah, so kind of like demons. Yeah.
Yeah. Why do we have monsters in children's stories?
Right. Although, admittedly, with demons, they can just be banished, not so much killed. But I mean, we're on the same. It's on the similar thinking.
We have these creatures in stories because we recognize the fundamental importance of telling children that. How did Gandalf put it? There are forces in this world beyond the will of evil, Frodo.
Something like that.
The bad, the horrible, the insurmountable isn't real.
Right.
It's not invincible.
Yeah.
It's such a good quote, Joyful. I genuinely wept when I read it for the first time because it was the first time I felt like an author was speaking on my terms, was addressing the sort of magical thinking that I intuitively do. And Chesterton was huge about that. That was the whole point of Elfland, I think he called it. That's Chesterton as well. He didn't use Rome, he used Pomelo, I think was the name of the city. I used Rome because I have no idea where Pomelo is or what it is. I'll try to find it for you.
I'm curious what Pomelo is now, too. Yeah, I could definitely understand that, and I guess I hate to say this, but that might also explain a little bit of why people are so anti-Pope Francis at the moment, because they don't love him. So it's like, that's not necessarily a good thing, honestly, which is just frustrating. Especially, I get that with Pope Francis not being good towards the Latin Mass is infuriatingly frustrating, but everybody's reaction to it that I've seen online is like, yeah, this is the exact kind of reason why he did that. You guys get that, right? It's like, I don't know. I guess I'm just frustrated. It made me think of that a little bit. I don't know if it makes sense why I thought of that, but...
I kind of get it.
Yeah.
I have done a great disservice by leaving out the punchline of Chesterton's quote about loving a thing.
Sure.
I pasted it in chat, but it's the great lesson of the Beauty and the Beast is that a thing must be loved before it is lovable.
That makes sense, yeah. I can see that.
Whether that's your terrible Borgia Pope, or your local priest who tells homilies that are too long, or your future wife.
That's true. Hey, I like homilies that are too long, as long as they actually have a point.
I like them when I'm not on an empty stomach.
Fair, I can understand that. I mean, yeah.
Of the many problems I have with the Novus Ordo Mass, or the Latin Mass, take your pick. The Mass as we understand it today, the length of homilies is not one of them.
Yeah, I just want them reverent. That's all I ask for.
Yeah.
I don't ask for a lot. Just give me reverent. That's all I want. As I say, nobody's here. I'll go invisible if you come over here. Don't do it. Also, I don't think you should scratch your foot with your gun. That seems like a bad plan.
And yes, I realize I gave the version from Neil Gaiman, but it gets at the spirit of the message.
This guy's stuck. Yeah, I will say it is a little frustrating. I don't agree with everything that Pope Francis does, but the amount of hate from people that say they're Catholic against him is crazy, I guess would be the best way to put it.
18 and a half centuries of simple folk got into heaven without knowing one whit about what the Pope was doing.
Yeah, and I kind of pointed that out the other day, because it's like when the Borgias were going on, most people didn't know that the Borgias were doing all the bad things.
Yeah.
It's like, I get that sometimes it's frustrating what the Pope does. Focus locally, pray for the Pope, ignore the papers that try to always bash on him. And it's like, the other thing that is crazy to me for the Rad Trads is if the seat of Peter is empty, then that means that the gates of hell prevailed. So
yeah, we should all go back to being Jewish because Christ was a liar.
Yeah, it's like the gates of hell prevailed, so good job playing yourself, I guess.
Don't quote that, chat. Don't take me out of context. That was specifically in response to what he said.
Right. Good call.
That would be fantastic, Hams. Yeah, it's like if this, a friend of mine asked if the Catholic Church does like mission trips like the Protestants do. And my answer was, I'm sure there are some that do, but usually we leave that sort of thing to like priests. For the most part, we focus locally because the people we are best able to help are the people around us. God put us where we are for a reason.
Hey, Happy Cynic, how are you?
Cynic, if you cancel me, I will cry into my bowl of holy water and chalk it up as a sacrifice for God. So, cancel away, Twitter warriors.
Not a bad thing overall, honestly.
Yeah. This is just like what happened to Cardinal Pell. Jesus leaning in. He was put into prison on invalid reasons. Just like what happened to him.
Exactly.
Poor Cardinal Pell.
Yeah, he, yeah. I don't know how else to say it aside from that, because that was a crime. What, like, literally?
Yeah, what was done to him was a crime. Yogurt, cancel the city all you would like.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was initially on the fence about Cardinal Pell.
I was too, and it's like, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
And then I read the feats they were accusing this man of accomplishing inside a 10-minute window.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I have helped a priest put on the last bits of his vestments. I've been in the sacristy? I can't think of the word.
Right.
When he is vesting. I'm not sure I could get out of that clothing in 10 minutes.
Right. Yeah,
Never mind.
Yeah.
Get out, do the things, get back into them. And it's just mind-bending.
Unless you could do the thing Padre Pio did, which I'm blanking on the name of it. Bilocate. There we go.
Yeah.
But if you're bilocating, that means you're holy. So
yeah, you're probably not doing the things he's accused of.
It's like, guys, you're barking up the wrong tree. You guys got lied to because you're Australia and you fell for it. It's like, come on, guys. Come on,
man. They
man.
could not have picked a worse person to do it, so...
Yeah, it's like, there is definitely bad priest. I don't disagree with that, which makes me quite sad, but it's like, this, you got the wrong one.
The one good one.
Yeah, it's like, good job, guys. You did a good job. Didn't do your research, did you? No, you didn't.
But there are lots of people, lots of Catholics today who would not have survived 15 minutes of the Borgia popes having the internet.
Yeah, 100%. While on that note, even though what the Pope, or not the popes, pardon me, the priests that do abuse people is 1000% awful, pray for their victims and pray for those priests as well that they can repent.
Mm-hmm. I read was it the Minnesota papers? I should go look it up before I open my mouth. The big one that came out before the pandemic where they were like... I wish I could remember what it was. It was like 2,000 pages of documentation going back to the 70s.
Yeah.
And
the Boston one?
No, I don't think it was that. That was...
I know was it in...
The Boston one was in like 2000, 2002.
Was it in Virginia? Like, I know what you're talking about. I'm just blanking on which one it's called.
Yeah, I don't remember which city or state it was.
But yeah, like, it came out shortly beforehand. Yeah.
Yeah. I am a fairly jaded person. There's very little that bothers me.
Yeah.
So I thought I would be fine. I read one sentence. And granted, it was one particularly heinous sentence.
Right.
And I almost threw up.
Yeah, I am not a particularly jaded person, and that's why I know enough about the report, but I did not read the report, because it's like, let me put it this way, guys. I could not really get through sex ed in middle school, so...
Yeah, that paper would have traumatized you.
Oh yeah, I had to go to the nurse's office every time we talked about sex. 10 out of 10. Would not recommend.
No. There is evil. And then there is what I read in those papers, or read from those papers.
Yeah.
Do you remember the video Father Mike Schmitz put out about that?
I might. It's been so long. I need to listen. I typically listen to his homilies, and I'll listen to the Bible in a year, and I'll listen to one other thing of his podcast. I'm really bad about actually paying attention on YouTube these days, but I'm trying to get back into it.
So one of his weekly videos, which came out at the time, was basically him addressing, like, did all priests know about this? Is this a thing? Like, why aren't you as mad as we are, Father?
Yeah.
And he spends about 10 minutes working up to the topic.
Right.
But when he gets to it, the look of...
I think I do remember this video now. Yeah, continue on though.
Yeah, like something in that man broke when the topic came up.
Yeah, which I get. That's like,
up now.
I mean, yeah.
It was. It's easy for me to say. There are things I thought that even the most horrible priest would never be capable of.
Yeah.
But it's so much more than that. It's so I have done some very terrible things
Yeah.
with our faith.
Yeah.
I can't pretend that some of those things that were done to those children aren't in the same realm.
Yeah.
But if, like, priests doing that to children who should have been safe and with someone they could trust,
Yeah.
and damaging the children's faith in the church, the children's faith in authority,
Children's faith in God.
yeah, exactly. When you have a bad dad, that dad is fundamentally damaging your ability to understand God.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you have a bad priest, a priest who is that, what I'm getting at here is that paper and what I read from it made me reconsider the things I use the word satanic for.
I can understand that.
That is the only word I have for the stuff I read in there.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
It's not a word I will use lightly anymore.
Yeah. And I think I get where you're coming from, so.
That long rant aside, how is breaking into this building going, JC Denton?
It's going. No, that's the next. That's 2 Deus Exes from now. But not too bad. Let's say you might be thinking the original Deus Ex in 2000 then.
No, I just couldn't remember the name of this guy.
Adam Jensen. So once again,
Adam Jensen. Yeah, that's what
we have another obvious allusion to names from the Bible because they can't help themselves.
Listen. It was really creative when Halo did it. It hasn't been creative since.
Yeah, that's true.
It took me a long time to figure out why the Switch icon was popping up.
The Switch icon? Oh, because I'm using the gamepad?
Yeah. Sorry, what is this guy's name again?
Adam Jensen.
Adam Jensen totally pulls out his Switch to hack.
Oh, gotcha. That'd be kind of great, honestly. It's like, yeah. I mean, this was originally made for the Switch, and then it just got ported to a bunch of other things afterwards. That's which I can understand that. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's what got me talking about it.
I mean, it's like, if it makes you feel any better, I do pull out the Wii. I do have to hack on the Wii U, so it's like, the
immersion.
The immersion. I mean, it is actually kind of cool. I'll show you why in a second, because it's like, you can actually position your character while you're on the computer hacking. You can actually move around the right mouse pad so as to be able to look around. So it does have some benefits if that makes it any better. I don't know if it does, but it's neat. I just like it because it's neat.
Thanks, Marge.
No problem.
Is there any other neat Catholic... Max, if this becomes a thing one of these days, I'm just be like, Michael Carpenter is the best Catholic character ever. Here's my 4-hour rant on
man. I would have agreed with you up until the most recent book, and it's like,
I'm yes.
Yeah, it's like, man.
We've had our talk.
We have. It's like, yeah. I just hope that he's doing okay at the moment because we haven't heard anything from Jimmy since the most recent book, and I just hope he's doing okay.
The last we heard back in August was that he was about 40% of the way through the next Cinder Spires book and expected to be done by the end of October.
Yeah, and
It's now January.
Oh,
See you, Joyful.
Have a good night, Joyful. God bless. Sounds good, Joyful. Yeah, I appreciate. Thank you for joining. We'll talk to you soon. Have a good night. Fully get ready for the evening. Fully understand. You have a good night. Sorry, I'm repeating myself now. Thank you for being here.
I hope he is doing well as well.
Yes, multiple times.
The world is crazy.
The world is crazy. 100%. How'd I get detected there? Whatever. Just drag this guy's body for a little bit. Wait till guy comes over here and knock him out. Yeah, I know we had our discussions about that, but yeah. I just hope Jimmy's doing okay. It sounds like he's just having some more...
Yeah. Like I said, the world is crazy. Any number of things could have happened. And
Yeah.
I'm glad you're bulletproof during cutscenes.
Me too.
And there were a lot of production issues with those 2 books. I think we will be fine once that gets seen.
Oh, that's not what I meant. I just heard rumors that the reason it's being delayed is because of, I don't know, that's gossiping, so I don't really want to particularly get into it, to be quite honest.
No. These 2 were delayed because of a divorce, a remarriage, a move, and uranium poisoning.
That's true.
No, the world's crazy right now. Shit happens.
Yeah.
So let's not gossip.
Yeah, fair enough. I can agree with that.
You know why we haven't gotten another book? Because he's converting to Catholicism.
Man, I wish.
I'm
reconverting it. I mean, who knows? It's hard to tell.
Yeah. This is something I actually wrestle with in general, because like you and I are very open and vocal and evangelical about our position.
Yeah.
And that seems to be sort of the default Catholic position.
Yeah.
And I think that makes perfect sense for relative nobodies and like political figures.
Yeah.
But I more and more I feel like there's a middle ground in that social strata where you recognize, for example, that evangelizing is not your skill set, and you will turn more people away by trying to, so you just don't talk about it. You sort of let your actions speak for you. I would never give myself that qualification, but on the other hand, I watch people argue about the faith on the internet, and I'm like, maybe you just shouldn't talk, because you're only making this harder for people who genuinely want to be Catholic.
Yeah, I mean...
So I choose to believe that Jim is on the right side of theology and just doesn't talk about it because he knows that's not his place. Honestly, it doesn't talk about it with his fans.
Yeah.
Because we're nobody to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that is true. So, like, yeah.
Yeah. And that is in line with his answer, which has always been, it's none of your business.
Yeah.
That's not my place. That's not your place.
Right.
His best version of that answer, I think, is, no, when I'm at conventions, you get to meet fun guy Jim, who likes interacting with people and telling funny stories. That's not real Jim. Real Jim hates people.
Isn't that how most people are?
Right. Like, it's so genuine and yet, like, protecting of his privacy.
Yeah. I hate to say it, but it's like, yep, that sounds like most people there, Mr. Jimmy Borcher.
Yeah.
I love that story.
I don't know. That, weirdly, that only really came home to me after that, oh, can I tell the story?
As long as you keep it PG, probably. I mean, unless
it's PG, it's just not... Do you remember the really socially awkward thing that happened between me and one of the priests who streams who will go nameless?
I think so, yeah. I believe I know who you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. Privacy and I have a very abstract relationship because I'm not a particularly private person.
Right.
That incident was sort of the nucleus for me realizing, like, oh, yeah, no, there are varying levels of Catholicness that are appropriate to project to the world depending on your state in life and that sort of thing.
I could understand that. That makes sense, yeah. And it can be hard to know that as well sometimes, so it's like, I get it.
Yeah. So I choose to believe that is Jim's position, and that, I pray for him frequently.
Yeah.
But I choose to believe that come heaven, I will get to find out that he was somewhere between C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien.
That'd be nice, yeah.
But regardless, the man knows how to write a good book.
He does. I was gonna say, yeah, like the only thing I wish he'd take out is the sex scenes. That's about the only thing.
Have you heard him talk about why there aren't more of them in those books?
I don't know if I want to hear about why there aren't more of them, but go on.
You know, he tells it like this. You know, if I were a really mercenary author, if I just wanted to make as much money as I possibly could,
Yeah.
I'd go the Laura K. Hamilton route in a heartbeat.
Is that the person who had her character originally Catholic and then became not Catholic? I can't remember who that is.
I think that's Anne Rice, but same idea.
Same
like,
idea.
I would go the right of writing softcore porn.
Yeah, because I know who that was. I know one of them. I just don't know who. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, and Jim clearly has the talent for it, both as a writer and on that topic.
Yeah.
But thank God, something in him says not to go that way, and that's all the evidence I need.
Yeah. I'm quite glad something in him tells him not to, honestly.
The laws of God are written on the hearts of man.
That is true.
Access granted.
Oh. Yeah, listen, aside from that, I don't really hear anything about Jimmy, and as I said, he basically keeps to himself, which is entirely fair.
Yeah.
It's not our place to know about what's going on in his life, to be quite honest, so.
Yeah. Especially after the year he had releasing those two books.
Yeah.
Like, he was all over social media. It was all out there. He did many interviews. The guy's earned a vacation. Fair enough.
Yeah. I can definitely agree, because, yeah, he had a rough year.
Yeah.
To put it lightly.
Let me tell you, if I had been told, rewrite this book as 2 books, chop it in half and rearrange parts, my answer probably would have been
no.
And since you can't publish it, you're not just being stubborn, I guess I don't work with you anymore, and I'm going to publish this online as an ebook.
Yeah.
Which would have been a bad move for his career.
I mean, it might have been the best move for his career.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it would have, but
I mean,
like, I will publish this for free instead of continuing to have a working relationship with the people who've published my last 15 books.
Right.
I understand why that's not the call he made.
Yeah,
I
do
am
too.
stubborn.
Yeah. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Penguin Publishing still, isn't it? Or did you change to something else?
That sounds right.
I know.
It's
maybe,
not Knopf.
Maybe audiobooks is what I'm thinking of. It's hard. Too many things to remember. I could go get my book. I know they're upstairs.
I'll be right back.
Okay. For us to read. That's true. I was gonna say, I mean, after college you'll have more time to read, Holmes. Don't. Well, maybe. You might have more time to read. You should at least have more free time once you get home, unless your job demands all of your time from you, and if that's the case, I'm so sorry. I try to forget about my job when I'm not at work, admittedly. So the Wii U battery has lasted about 4 hours. That's good. It's been blinking red for the last little bit, but I guess it's just registering that it's starting to get low, but it's... I don't know. Either way, I'm glad that I bought the new Wii U battery. That way I can actually play Xenoblade Chronicles X here soon. Yeah, let's just go capture that.
Access granted.
Okay. Gain more experience. Getting fairly close to another level up, which is good. Now it's time to go down a level so as to disable some things. Yeah. I should get some more tea. I'd like some more tea. I'll do that after Austin gets back, that way he doesn't think I just disappeared. If I had the Icarus system, I could just land down there. I don't. It's alright. Oh, right, I know how to get down there. Okay. Oh, there's 2 ways down here. Good. This is the way that I would prefer. Oh.
Jensen, that frequency we tracked just got
Here's the real question for you, Max. Do you like your marshmallows burnt, brown, or gooey?
Who's running the show?
They're using some kind of code. But from what I can gather,
You know, that's a good question. I'd have to say brown. Definitely not burnt.
Nice job, Pritchard.
I'm a gooey to brown kind of guy. I'm just not patient enough to brown them.
I can understand that. That makes sense.
Punch, you are a monster, and I respect that.
I mean, hey, if you like some burnt, as I said, like them brown, because it's like... I don't want to taste burnt. I do like hot dogs and brats a little burnt, though. I'll be honest about that one.
I loathe burnt hot dogs, mostly because I eat cheap hot dogs.
Sure.
But slightly burnt brats I kind of get.
Yeah. They are made of tougher stuff, so it's like they won't be as bad. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't get as charcoal tasting.
Yeah, yeah.
How are you doing tonight, Punch? I pause like he's going to immediately respond.
As I said, it's real time responding, baby. He was asking how you're doing. Yeah, there's no more alive people on this floor aside from the robot. What do I care?
Hams, you're in good company. I am sure St. Thomas Aquinas would say something to the effect of the telos of a marshmallow is ruined if it is made black.
He might.
Ooh, I could construct an argument for that. I don't think Thomas Aquinas would think that hard about it.
I think probably not. Quiet Sunday evening? Yeah, as I say, quiet Sunday evenings are nice. No, move. Wait, hold on. I might be able to make this work.
What on earth is that ugly yellow luminescent thing on the other side of the grate?
Oh, it's a container. I'm trying to see if I can push it a little more further out of the way. Nope, doesn't look like it's gonna happen.
Can you not just like interact with it?
Not at the moment. I have to get. I have weak little muscle noodles or noodle muscles. So eventually I can, just not concurrently. Just a shame.
Sounds like a good brother to have, Holmes. Philosophy is, after all, the love of wisdom. Where did I use that quote earlier? Oh, I remember. Not important, but I remember what it was.
Just out of reach. Good. I'm at least glad they programmed it that way. They thought about that for people like me. That's like, yeah, I'm just going to keep opening and closing this grate till it's out of my way.
I want to know who made grates that open by coming out and up instead of just lifting up.
That's a good question. That way you probably don't have to Batman it, would be my guess.
That's fair. That's fair. But in universe, that means these things are designed to be crawled through.
I mean, how else are you going to clean out your vents?
We can't use like drones or no. We have to send a person in. Explains why they're all one person wide.
Yeah, I mean, good point. Yeah.
Oh.
I hear that. I'll be a little close. Let's see if I can do it in time. Yeah, just barely, but I can.
Access granted.
I didn't even need to do it. I just wanted the experience and the money. Isn't that what all games are about, though?
Is he the one who did the Tell Us of Video Games? I see.
Yeah, he did. I was gonna say he is. Yeah, they do a good job. I don't know if I've shared Catholic game reviews before on the Discord. I should have.
I've seen the various posts on the one that the priests are in about. I think it was Bishop Barron discussing video games or whatever.
Yeah.
I haven't watched them in part because I find it not necessarily cringe, but like I don't think I'm going to learn anything that I don't already know or believe.
I thought that too. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
about video games' role in Catholic society.
Sure.
But I mean, maybe there's something I'm overlooking.
Honestly, I think they do a pretty good job with it so far. I'll see if they keep it up, because I can't guarantee anything, but what I've seen so far is pretty good.
Yeah, they're morally neutral, like most forms of entertainment. They have their place, and they can be used to evangelize and uplift the soul when used appropriately and made appropriately.
Yeah, that's about
Yeah,
about right on the nose there. Yeah. But I think you might be more interested in the second episode then, because they actually did have a Catholic game creator came on. He made the video game Control, and he also did some levels for Halo 4 and 5. So,
okay.
Admittedly, you know, not the good Halos, but I mean, still.
Have you looked into Halo Infinite?
My PC cannot run it. I'm curious. I am waiting until Thursday and hoping that I can get that danged 3050. It's like
I am told it is genuinely fantastic.
I've heard it's very good. It's not as good as the first 3 or even Halo Reach, but I've heard it's very good.
It's a very different game than the first 3, but for what it is, apparently it is like Halo 3 levels of polish.
Yeah, and I would agree with you, Punch. Or if they don't happen to have enemies looking for you in the vents, you take Austin's idea and you start sending drones into the vents.
Yeah, just like wheel a drone in once in a while that can at least spot you.
Yeah. Which honestly, I don't know why they didn't do it. Drones were a thing by the time of 2011, weren't they?
They were, but not like we think of them now.
Fair.
That's fantastic, Comms.
That will be interesting, especially considering the Yakuza series is...
what it is.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. I did game reviewing for a while, Hams. Not Catholic, for better or worse. I actually burned out on it, but I'm glad to see you're doing it.
That's right, I forgot you did that, actually. That's a good point.
Yeah, for a good 3 years, right after I dropped out of college.
Yeah, and I mean... Yeah, I was gonna say, you said you didn't really get much from it, if I remember correctly, unfortunately, which is...
It was fine. It was a good experience to have. It polished my writing and SEO skills, but I wasn't paid for it.
That's. I wasn't sure if I could say that on stream, so it's like I'll just say you didn't get much for it instead. So
no, I was paid in the games I got to review, and some of them were very good.
Yeah.
But it was my foot into the industry, and I realized very quickly that this was not an industry I wanted any part of.
Yeah, I can understand that because it's like. Yeah, that's why I really like Catholic game reviews, because at the very least, it's like, yeah, we can do this from a Catholic perspective, which makes it a lot better. And it's like, I know they're just starting out and they can't pay anybody at the moment, but it's still a lot of good that they do. So it's like, they even admit that, so.
Listen, I was made to be an anchorite. Yeah. I was born about 5 centuries too late for that. Now, once winter clears up and COVID clears up, I have many theoretical plans to get a hold of my local monastery, grab Friar Tuck by the frock, and demand to be made a monk.
That'd be good. As I say, we'll get you to camping before that too.
Yeah,
as I say,
I'm really hyped for that.
I am too. It should be a good time. We'll get you away for. I said I was going for a long weekend. I'll come up on Sunday after Mass. I said, 6-hour drive. I'll go to the 9 a.m. instead of the 11 a.m. It'll be safer. Yeah, because then we can have the tent set up in time. So. Yeah. Like, by May, it shouldn't really be a problem if I took the 11 a.m. Mass instead, but it's like, well, better be safe than sorry.
You know how to start a campfire, right?
Yeah, but it's been a while. We'll need twigs, dead leaves, we'll need some... Oh, basically we'll need kindling first, and then we'll go ahead and need...
I'm over here thinking about it like we're going to have to do this with like a fire bow. I just remembered lighters are a thing.
Lighters, matches, yeah. It's like, I mean, matches are particularly good because you can just toss them in, and then the match itself can... help with that.
Mm-hmm. Listen. I have enough survival skills to get in trouble if I went camping by myself.
You and me both. Don't worry. I understand.
At least this way, if there is a spider or one of us goes into like anaphylactic shock, with backup.
I was gonna say, there shouldn't be any Black Widows up that far. Like they're barely even here.
We will occasionally get them on the sides of roads,
Yeah.
That's about it as far as I understand, but I am horribly terrified of spiders. I want nothing to do with them.
I'm not a big fan of spiders either, so I hear you. I think most of the people in this chat are on the side of leave me alone, spider.
Yeah, focus on your thesis, Hobbs.
Yeah.
I just realized how low res this game is.
I mean,
maybe it's the stream quality?
It might be the stream quality. It's also partially probably the Wii U, so it's like...
Okay, I forced it to 720p and it's not as terrible.
Yeah, I'm checking Elgato here real quickly to see what I have the settings to for this. Yeah, convert standard definition input to 640 by 480. Stretch standard profile is HD 720. I can do HD. Well, let's try it, I guess. We'll see how that goes. I don't know if it'll look any better for you guys, considering the Wii U can't do 1080. But what I mean, we'll see. Don't worry, Hums. I missed a lot of stuff in my first draft, and I looked over it while I was using the restroom today, and I fixed them, so I understand entirely. I am working on a review for them at the moment for Final Fantasy 1, so... Mostly done.
When are you going to review my game for the Max? Once my pizza's done?
Fair enough. Pardon me. Is this the boss room? Yep. Okay, give me 1 second. There's 2 things I need to do here before we walk in. Stun gun time. Who wants to see a boss die? And by die, I mean just not be able to do anything at all. Period. Behind you, Adam.
Well, looky here. We got us a Boy Scout.
He must be the one who mucked up my operation at the morgue. Get rid of him, Barrett.
I don't think I have, to be quite honest, Punch. I know that they added that in with the director's cut, and I think you can do turrets and such, right? No. No moving. Bad. Oh. Okay, it did work. Good. Naughty.
I return.
Welcome back to the boss.
Who is tased into not acting.
Oh yeah, this is how you do all the bosses in this game, baby. It's like you just tase them all. It's like, hey, 50 damage each shot. I don't have to take any damage. Good night. Ooh, fire extinguishers off his forehead. I could see that. I don't think I have the muscle strength for that at the moment, Punch. I could be wrong, but that's my guess.
So, Max.
Yeah.
If I get political with Punch for a second,
oh no,
is that going to get you demonetized?
Probably not, as long as everybody's respectful and doesn't swear and do any bad things.
So, Herr Punch, how goes the military coup in the works plan?
Who is he? Why is FEMA sending you
What?
up to Seraph Industries?
He knows what I mean.
Oh, okay. Let's wait for this guy to talk to the boys. Yeah, I think Punch is on my level. The what now?
I'll DM you, Punch.
You got worse enemies than FEMA.
Yeah, like who?
Ooh.
Get to Shanghai. King Shark, Port Gardens. In-house. Tell him... Tell him... Tell him Barrett sent you straight to hell!
No, I don't think I want to.
Jensen, what's going on down there? Those soldiers just sixed out like you wouldn't believe.
You've had a wrist-mounted cyber blade this entire time, and you've just been punching clowns.
Yeah, that way they don't die. Pacifist route.
Fine.
Mostly.
Patch me to Sarah.
I'm getting you out of here.
I say mostly because there is a chance that if you knock somebody out with a tranquilizer rifle, it does kill them. I don't know why it's a thing. I mean, I get why technically it's a thing. That is technically something that can happen in real life, but just because it can happen in Go ahead.
Being knocked out. Not like it is in the movies, no matter how you do it.
That's true. But it doesn't make it any less frustrating in a video game. I bet you could throw turrets at him too. I'm just looking for any... Oh, hey! Yeah, I don't have enough room for that. Yeah, welcome to the bosses in this game, by the way. They all just go down... Well, most of them go down to a good tranquilizer rifle. Robots don't. Unsurprisingly. Oh, yeah, I'll take... well, I can use some more painkillers. Yeah, now I'm at more health. Good. Works out quite well. Oh, I do need to go get some more tea, though. I'll do that in a second. Liquor. No, don't have enough inventory space. Inventory space, inventory space. Looking to make sure I don't miss anything. I don't think we're going... No, maybe in there. Hold on. What's going on in here? Looks like there's ammo or something in there. I'm curious about that. Yeah, okay. Why not? There we go.
Access granted.
Sounds good, You make sure you have a good night then, and God bless. Thanks for being here as well. Weapons cabinet. Oh, hello. EMP grenade. Is that Mass Effect? Don't know what it is, don't care. It shouldn't be Mass Effect. I think they could get sued for that. Doesn't mean they care, mind you, but they could be. Yeah, I think that about covers everything here. We'll do this and then we'll make sure that's good. Yeah, most of the bosses in this game aren't a big deal. They modified them a little bit with this version so as to just give you more options, but technically you have to kill all of them, which was something that basically nobody wanted. Especially people that were doing a pacifist run, so it's an odd design choice, to be quite honest. And I think basically nobody understands why they chose it. I think they did fix that for Mankind Divided, if memory serves. I'm getting distracted. Okay, I'm distracted. Let's go. Oh, we took the elevator. Oh, did we take the elevator? I guess we never actually took the elevator. Okay. I am good at video games and paying attention. Whew. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab some tea in a second. I might make some ramen at the moment, because I am a bit hungry still. Dinner was a little light. Oh, hey, these guys are still here.
I ain't gonna mess with them boys. You look like
I did give them a run.
You ready to
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, take us back to Seraph Industries.
None too soon if you ask me. Strap in and hold on.
Oh, pardon me. I didn't think we went back to Seraph Industries right away, but obviously I'm misremembering. So, yeah, that's fine. But I do need to go sell some stuff. That much I need to do before I talk to anybody. So I have full inventory.
Jensen, I need to speak with you. Meet me in your office right away.
I'd love to, Francis, but I have to debrief Seraph first.
I suppose you could, or you could hear what I have to say and see if that doesn't change things. Pritchard out.
Fair enough.
I can't believe it, Jensen. An internment camp smack dab in the middle of Detroit.
I can believe it. It's not a good thing.
You know, people have been talking about these kind of things ever since I was a kid. But to actually find evidence, to know the people running...
Now then, hopefully I can leave for Detroit still.
We need everyone on high alert. It's not only the pro-augs who might want to get attacked.
I might not be able to, but I'm hoping I can.
People are finally
Oh, sweet, you can. Good. I want to just go sell some stuff. I don't think there's anything other missions at the moment, mind you. I'm pretty sure it's Hong Kong time, which that's nice. Hey, at least we made some decent progress tonight. That's good. I will find it funny if what's-his-face is still over here. Looks like he is. I thought you guys were getting out of town. Looks like your bodyguard's still here.
Get lost, Pedro. You got shit to do.
Oh, I could hack that. Let me go sell what I got, then I'll hack that. We might start wrapping up about 11 o'clock, honestly.
Yeah, I was surprised when you said midnight.
I mean, typically I do, but I don't work tomorrow either, so that's why it makes it a lot easier.
Sure. No, I'm about to wind down here myself, so
That's fair.
I'm probably going to bounce.
Alright, that's fair. You make sure you have a good night then, Austin. God bless.
Yeah, thank you. You too, Max.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All these grenades, that's good.
Oh.
Let's see. Let me see if I can buy anything from you real quick. Nothing that I'm... Well... Damage upgrade. I am interested in that, admittedly, but... Not too interested. Yeah, I think I will go ahead and wrap up here in half an hour. We will go ahead and read from the Catechism, do night prayer, as well as read about St. Paul, but we can at least get to Hong Kong first. That way we can start fresh in Hong Kong. Heck, if we get 3 more 5-hour streams, then might be able to beat it by end of February. We could move on to Mankind Divided, which I think is a shorter game, if I remember correctly. I'm gonna check how long to beat real quickly. Human Revolution takes about 22.5 hours or 45 hours with everything. Admittedly, Deus Ex Mankind Divided takes 15.5 hours or 49 hours, so they're pretty comparable, actually. I don't know if I'll end up doing all this stuff in Mankind Divided. We'll see. Still, we've at least made some decent progress here today, I'd say. Which is good. Okay, let's go talk to Pritchard.
What do you want? As much as I hate to admit it, I need your help. That signal you shut down in DRB territory. It's been active for almost a year.
You're telling me someone outside this company has had access to our network since before
Yes.
the first attack?
I've detected intrusions before and shut them down swiftly every time. But whoever designed this particular algorithm is good. Very good.
You've told Sarah?
See, here's the thing. The intrusions were possible because of a backdoor access into our security system that I never even knew existed.
The one Sanders' team used to get inside our plant.
I've worked here for 7 years, Jensen, and this is the first time I've seen that particular access route. David Sarif created it specifically to bypass the firewall. He's hiding something, and I think you should find out what it is.
Why me?
Because, as far as I can tell, Sarif created that access and was streaming a lot of data through it shortly after your ex-girlfriend suggested he hire you.
Yeah, that makes sense. And we get 1,000 experience points just for talking to Pritchard. It's not a bad thing, honestly.
Don't you have some investigating?
I mean, yeah, but... Oh, okay. That works. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with Balan Wonderworld, so
Excuse me. Mr. Jensen, isn't it?
Sir, you have that charity dinner?
In a moment, Isaiah. I was hoping I might run into you, Mr. Jensen. Bill Taggart. The founder of the Humanity Front. I know who you are. Yes, I imagine you do. As David Saraf's top security man, I imagine you have quite the file on me. But I assure you, Mr. Jensen, I am devastated by recent events. Really? I do not support what you and your company are doing to mankind. I believe it's extremely dangerous. But abolishing human enhancement technologies will only be achieved through legal means. I'll keep that in mind. This is your first day back since the accident 6 months ago, isn't it?
Sir, we have to go.
What happened to me was no accident. Ah, my mistake. But it must have been stressful facing down a second incident so soon. I imagine it brought back all kinds of unpleasant memories. I appreciate your concern, Mr. Taggart, but it was nothing I couldn't handle. I'm a psychologist, Mr. Jensen. I know when a man is hiding behind words. The flesh may heal, but the
Why does he look like what's-his-face? The actor. I can't remember his name at the moment. But with glasses.
Now, if you'll be so kind as to excuse
What if they were trying to get him?
I'm curious about something, Mr. Taggart. What is it you hope to accomplish by coming here tonight? I would think that would be obvious. Your company has been viciously targeted. The violence and bloodshed that's occurred, it must be stopped. But I'm afraid it won't be until men of wisdom and understanding come to an agreement. About what? About the future, Mr. Jensen. This enhancement technology threatens to change the course of human evolution, to redefine what it even means to be human. You think governments can afford to let that go unregulated? You can't stop progress, Mr. Taggart.
Who says it's progress, though?
It's not. But neither can we afford to sit by and watch it happen on its own. Not when we have the ability, the collective will, and foresight to influence it. I see. Thank you for illuminating me. Anytime. I'm glad we had a chance to talk, Mr. Jensen. Meeting you has been very informative. You're Taggart's aide, aren't you? Dr. Isaiah Sandoval, isn't it?
No need to play ignorant, Mr. Jensen. I am quite sure you have a file on me that's as thick as the one you have on Mr. Taggart.
You're an outspoken activist in your own right, Dr. Sandoval.
When you have seen the things that I have, you find you have no choice but to stand up and be counted. Frankly, I am surprised an ex-cop like yourself isn't more disturbed by the dangers.
No, he kind of didn't have a choice.
Augmentations help a lot of people, Doc. Handicapped, war vets.
Yes, but at what cost? My own friend had his life ruined by these so-called enhancements of yours. A man much like you who had no choice but to become augmented. Yet once he was... Too much power can make you do terrible things, Mr. Jensen. I suggest you think long and hard on that.
I'd like to hear more about your friend, Dr. Sandoval. What exactly did he do?
Did a dance party.
Was he injured in the Gulf?
He went on a rampage in a shopping mall, if
Oh,
you
of course.
must know, hoping to be gunned down by the police, rather than face a lifetime battling augmentation addiction.
He was addicted to augments?
They don't talk about it in those corporate brochures of yours, do they? Neuroposine dependency, rejection psychosis, any number of physical and psychological ills have resulted from this technology, and yet we rarely hear a word about them.
I'm sure the literature is out there.
No thanks to the throng of corporate lawyers attempting to stop it.
Your friend, did he succeed? Did he suicide by cop?
No. Bill Taggart talked him down. I am sure you are very busy, Mr. Jensen, as are Mr. Taggart and I.
Real shame what happened at your factory tonight. My condolences.
Just doing my job here, sir.
I can't, I just want to talk, that's all.
You will think on what I said, won't you? Athena, you've been at this company a long time.
I hope that's not a comment about my age, Adam.
No. But I know nothing gets by you. If Sarah had done something that could compromise us.
Mr. Saraf has only the best interests of this company in mind, Adam.
I'm not questioning that.
Aren't you? I've been here since the beginning. I've seen how he built this up from nothing. He cares for his people. He truly believes what we're doing is important, and he would never do anything to jeopardize
sure about that?
it.
I shouldn't have brought it up.
No, you shouldn't have. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm busy.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some tea real quickly. Give me 1 second. Also take all the dishes upstairs. I have a bad habit of leaving dishes downstairs when I really shouldn't. It is what happens. Maybe we will go to midnight. I don't know. We'll find out. I do like staying up late. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go take this upstairs and grab more tea. 1 second, we'll resume here. Okay. Also grabbed a little seltzer water. Apologize for the delay. Probably go until about 11:15 to make up for the delay. Read, and then, as I said, tomorrow we'll be back with Balan Wonderworld, so. Should be a fun time. Might even finish Balan Wonderworld tomorrow, we'll see.
Boss, we need to talk.
Is something wrong?
I'm not sure. Did you set up a private access route to bypass the company firewall right before you hired me?
What?
Pritchard said someone's been using it to access our system since before the first attack. The security measures he and I set in place never stopped them because we didn't even know the loophole existed.
Ah, I see. Frank's fixed that, though, right?
He has now, but he's wondering why you never mentioned it.
Frank's paranoid, Adam. You know that. Can a busy man forget things once
Not something
in a
like
while?
this.
You streamed an awful lot of data through that portal, boss. Right before you brought me on board. Pritchard may be paranoid, but I gotta admit, I'm wondering what was in it too.
Yeah, as an ex-cop, I guess you would. But the important thing is you found the hole and plugged it. We're secure now.
Sure, but there might still be problems.
The information you had covered in that FEMA facility may actually help us track these guys. So let's just stay focused on what's important.
I want to, believe me. I want to catch these guys as badly as you do. But that breach is responsible for every security crisis we've had, including today's. If you want me to stop these guys, I need to know what kind of data they've had access to.
You're right, you're right.
Pardon me.
I'm sorry if I seem evasive. But there's something you're not getting here, Adam. Business is war. With no clear battleground and no rules to keep our enemies honest. In this company, I'm the commander-in-chief, and I have to be ready for anything, and I will do anything to ensure that I am.
I disagree with that.
Now, I hired you because I needed a general I could trust. One who knows how to obey.
But one who also has to tell you no sometimes.
I think I proved myself today. And the only reason I'm worried about that loophole right now is because the data you streamed through it could have been accessed, backtraced, and stolen by the men who attacked us. Our enemies might still find a way to hurt us with it.
I wasn't criticizing you, Adam. But I suppose you raise a good point. I just wonder if you're being a bit paranoid here. Fixating on details that aren't critical? I mean, are you so shaken up by what happened 6 months ago, by your failure to make a difference then, that you can't roll with the punches anymore? Damn it, Adam! I brought you back in today because you have an immediate crisis to deal with. Questioning me about things that don't matter isn't going to bring Megan back.
With all due respect, sir, I am trying to do my job. The job you hired me to do. The job you even brought me back in for tonight. But it feels like you're getting in the way. Especially when you start bringing Megan into this.
I'm not getting in the way. I just... Okay. Okay, look. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm the one overreacting. If I'm reluctant to share the data with you, it's because there's legal issues involved. Every company has its secrets, son. And Megan's research was a big part of ours. But the data I streamed has nothing to do with her. It wasn't even proprietary in nature, so I don't want you wasting any more time harping on it. The shareholders expect me to take care of it, and I will. So leave it to me to deal with from here.
I would like nothing better than to trust you with this, boss. But trust is a two-way street, and the way you've handled this entire conversation so far makes me think that it's you who isn't trusting me. Why, boss? What is it you're so afraid to tell me?
Adam, of course I trust you, son. And it's not that I'm afraid to tell you the truth. It's just that, honestly, I'm afraid
Can't know unless you tell me.
take it the wrong
Just saying.
way. All right. Look, the truth is, I set up a confidential data channel for a private investigator, someone who can run covert background checks on people, potential new recruits, like you.
You what?
I had to, Adam. You were a liability, remember? You'd just been fired.
I mean,
from
he does
SWAT.
kind of have a point, honestly.
Megan believed in you, but I had to be sure. Look, I don't want this to come between us. I'll send the files to your computer. You can see for yourself what he dug up. But Adam, you'd better be sure.
Why? What do you mean?
I mean, sometimes the past should stay in the past. Once you see that data, you
No,
can't
but
undo
it gives me more experience, so I want it.
When you're ready, come back and talk to me.
Pardon
We
me.
need to discuss our next move.
2 practice points available. Nice. Okay. Let's see. 2 practice points available. What do I want to upgrade? Visibility wouldn't be bad. We'll do that, and one thing that I've been talking about for a while, go ahead and upgrade that. That's good. I think that's about it. Okay. I said to send it to my computer. I guess I should go check that first. Does he mean the computer here or the one in our apartment is the question. Might be this computer. Doesn't look like he's in here anymore, so okay. Security hub. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, so. I mean, I could go ahead and get this the legit way, but I want to hack it. I think you're right, though, Punch. Want that experience, don't we? Might not get it in time, though. Yeah, okay. Try that again, then. That is the problem with doing a level 3 right away. They'll most likely detect it immediately, like they just did again. Should get it this time, though. There we go.
Access granted.
Since this actually does happen to be fairly important to the plot, I'll go ahead and read this out loud. This basically has to... yeah. Let's see, which comes first? Mr. Seraph, I found Adam Jensen's psych evaluation following that SWAT incident with the augmented teen. I managed to sneak a look at the folder, but I couldn't copy it, at least not yet. I'll be honest with you, the psych eval doesn't paint a pretty picture. It mentions the problems with authority figures, a disregard for the chain of command, anger management issues, and potential PTSD. Here's the thing, when you hired me, you said you wanted me to read between the lines, so here it is. The evaluation reads like fiction. I'm thinking a pissed off superior wanted Jensen off the force and had the evaluation worded to read just cuz. But most of the rank and file I spoke to respected and liked Jensen. They thought he was a real straight shooter, even though the SWAT incident soured his reputation a little. Still, even my source liked him enough to want to keep his psych eval buried. Brent, it wasn't easy, but I finally backtracked some of Margie and Arthur Jensen's past. Through their medical files, Arthur Jensen had enough connections through his old Desert Storm buddies, turned security consultants, to have certain records pulled, which is why the family is a ghost. But he couldn't hide Margie's records. For a period of 8 years, Arthur relied on the insurance policy of his then employer, White Helix Labs, to pay for his wife's medication. She was on antidepressants since 14 and needed regular prescriptions. When White Helix Labs burned down, all its files and employment records were lost, and the Jensens stayed invisible mostly. Here's the thing, 1 minute Adam doesn't exist, and the next, the Jensens have themselves a bouncing and healthy 5-year-old. That's when they pull their vanishing act. So, on a hunch, I sniffed around some more, and sure enough, the Jensens had tried adopting kids from several Michigan agencies. But Margie was deemed unfit as a parent. Next thing you know, they have Adam. There's no real trail saying how he was placed in their hands. I had a friend at the GeneView Labs run the test off the records like you asked. Does your subject know that neither of his parents are his birth parents? That surprised me. The mother was sterile according to those old medical records I dug up, but his dad carries no common phenotypes either. See for yourself. Mother, Margie Jensen, born on the, let's see, 8/05/72. Father, Arthur Jensen, born 11/23/69. Child, Adam Jensen, born 03/09/93, question mark? Genetic Systems Tested Parentage Index. Probability of parentage, 0. Well, let's go to the gas station real quickly.
Athena tells me you spoke to Seraph. Did he happen to tell you why he made us look like idiots?
I'm handling it.
You can imagine how relieved I am to hear that. I'll tell you what. While you follow any lead Seraph spoon-feeds you, I'm going to do what I should have done in the first place and backtrace that signal.
That's your pride talking. Still, get back to me if you find something.
You meant when?
Pretty sure I didn't.
Oh, you too. Oh, sweet. I must have grabbed this from earlier. I'll take that now. Don't want to jump. That would probably kill me. At least without the Icarus landing. One day we'll have the Icarus landing, but I want a bigger inventory this time. Alright, so we do have the best energy regeneration? Whatever you want to call it. Cell. I can't remember what. Basically, we can knock people out better and go invisible more frequently now. I want to see just what that entails, so we'll do that here in a second. Pardon me. Pardon me again. Any day now, game. About 5 seconds. About 22 seconds to regen, which isn't bad. Isn't perfect, but it isn't bad.
I can never thank you enough.
I'm glad you're safe.
I hope you did the right thing letting that extremist go like that. I guess time will tell.
Thank God it's all over now.
Welcome. I'm glad you came. I'll never properly repay you for what you did, of course, but I would like to help out any way I can.
What'd you have in mind?
There's a gentleman named Sarah who works in the area. His business causes him to move around quite a bit, but at the moment he's occupying an apartment in a building on Earl's Court. If you mention my name, he'll give you a discount on his wares. He deals in, well, he's a gun runner.
How does a guy like you know someone like that?
Growing up in my old neighborhood, you learn pretty quick to cultivate certain types of relationships.
Fair enough.
You'll remember his name, won't you? Sarah, like the painter.
Well, hopefully he wants to talk to me, because he may not want to. Also, I want what you have. Wait, hold on. Before I take what you have, closing the door so you don't know it's me.
Access granted.
Credit chip. I'll take that. Ooh, book. Maybe. Oh, yep. More experience. Nice. Okay. I will gladly take the book too. Any pain pills? Nah, no painkillers. Well, you gave me some credits. You gave me a discount potentially. We'll
I can never thank you enough for
I don't
what
care
you
what
did.
some of the other folk at the office say about you. You're okay.
Thank you, I think. Alright, let's go see if that guy we knocked out is still knocked out, shall we? He might very well be. My money is on that. Yes, he is in fact still knocked out. Which means I can't exactly check his wares for a discount. But we'll see. Maybe since I've talked to him, maybe we can get... Maybe it'll be fine. We'll see. Can't know anything until we try. On here. Been in here. Oh. Maybe it was in here. No, this looks like a different room, I think. Man, it's so hard to tell sometimes. Oh yeah, it's this one, and The Rot, wake up. I heard you can give me a discount. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Eh. Maybe he'll be awake when we come by later. We'll see. Maybe he'll remember me and want to kill me again. That's possible too. Thank you. No, just talking to you. Not illegal to do that, is it? In America. Pardon me. Oh man, that would have been probably worse. The Activision CEO apparently is saying they almost merged with EA before Microsoft bought them out. Yeah, I'd say that Microsoft buying them out is probably the better of the two choices. I don't always agree with Microsoft, but between Microsoft or EA, I know which one I'd choose. And it'd be Microsoft. Okay, David. Send me to Hong Kong.
Here, this is for you. It's a corporate passport encoded with your biometrics. I've set up a false flag routing which should get you to Hensha Island without any problems.
You're sending me to China? What about FEMA?
FEMA's got nothing to do with this, trust me. We'll have better luck in China.
How can you say that? I saw the bastard who killed Megan pulling his men out of that facility. I left one of those men dead in its underground storage bay.
I know that, Adam. Frank was monitoring the whole thing. So I also know that before he died, that man gave you an address in China. I want you to check it out.
That doesn't make any sense.
Look, Adam. There's a reason this company's under attack. You think it has to do with the Typhoon or with some other top secret military project that I haven't told you about?
The thought had crossed my mind.
Yeah, well, it doesn't. The work Megan's team was doing before they were killed, it was redefining what it means to be human. This company, Seraph Industries, was about to lead mankind to its next stage in human development. Self-controlled evolution. Can't you see how scary that can be to some people?
Sure. I also see how lucrative it can be for some others.
It's never been about money for me, Adam. But you're right. There are people out there who don't exactly feel the same.
Like who?
I'm hoping you'll be able to find that answer for us in China. So get going. Farida's prepping the chopper.
Yeah, now we're almost to a level up again. I don't know what I'll grab this time, though. More inventory space? Let me look at my inventory. We do have another spot for inventory we could do, but I don't think we need more inventory space at the current time, to be quite honest. Eventually, I think we will, but right now, not so much. Pardon me. Give me 1 second here. I'm just reorganizing the inventory while I have a moment. I apologize. Okay. Okay. Where was we going? Oh yeah, we were going over here. But another 5 minutes. So we should have enough time so as to, at the very least, get to Hong Kong and probably grab a side quest. Because I know that there's one side quest basically as soon as you get to Hong Kong, you just need to go a floor down. We'll be back to Detroit. I don't have enough to hack everything here, so I'll hack it later.
Hey, Jensen. The boss said you were on your way. You're gonna love Hangsha.
You've been there?
Used to live there. I spent 3, maybe 4 years working in the upper city, and most of my nights having fun in the lower one. You ready to go?
I thought I was. How long is this gonna take, Malik?
You mean the flight or the fun afterward? Don't worry, we'll be there before you know it. Climb in.
And we get more experience for that, so.
Jensen, you might want to get ready. The jewel of the Yangtze approaches.
Son of a bitch. I'm supposed to find answers to that.
Hey, twice the scum and half the space. Hang on, we're going in.
I agree with Adam, though. That would be awful.
The address you got off that Merc, Hangshaw Court Gardens. It's a bit of a walk from here in the Yuzhou district, but I figured it might be best not to drop you too close.
In case Barrett only gave up the address, knowing I'd walk into another trap.
It's the kind of thing I'd do to an enemy. You want my advice? Just find out who lives there and get out.
Well, we're gonna grab side quest. How about that, Malik? And go to the limb clinic eventually. Soon as I figure out this area again, because it is a little confusing. He wants me to go that way. I don't want to go that way. Oh yeah, over here, okay.
Have you seen Ning lately? Not since last week. I'm starting to get worried. She missed 3 days of work already.
Oh no, don't tell me I left my purse in there with May.
Hey, mister, you think you could go in there and pretend to be a customer? It might break up the fight.
I told you, I am not getting arguments. Not for this.
Our May, you have a customer. Get to work. My apologies, sir. I was not aware May had a client waiting.
You're not a
Nope.
customer.
Darn
are
straight.
you?
What makes you say that?
The way you move, your attitude.
And what's my attitude?
Police. Or soldier. Someone on business. So why are you here?
I heard your argument. What was that all about?
They want me to get argumentations. For the customer's pleasure. It's sick.
Maybe you
I
should
quit
just
before I ever let
quit
them
long
touch me.
ago anyways.
Sounded like they don't consider it an option.
They don't. I am lucky, I guess. I've been here the longest. It has advantages. But the new girls, they're not so lucky.
What do you mean?
They are forced to get augments. It's very bad. One of the girls who work here, Ning, she has been gone for days. I fear they took her and will force her to get augmented. You seem like a good man. I am desperate. Please, can you help? I can pay
I'll help.
you.
Isn't this a job for the police?
The police leave Lower Hansa to Bell Tower. And Bell Tower not care what happens if criminal pay them money? They don't care about my friend or any of the other girls forced into the sex trade.
Why do you think Ning has been kidnapped?
Before, we could always refuse augmentations. But more and more girls got them, and it brings more money. Now they force us to do it. They won't even hire pure breeds like me anymore, because they're not as popular.
Is Ning one of the pure breeds?
Yes. Oh, well, I hope she still is. They started pushing for her to get augments. She say no even when it gets violent. Now I fear they lose patience and will force the operation. Ning's not the first, and she won't be the last.
You keep referring to them. Who are they?
The Honghua Hotel used to be independent. In the past, we had to deal with local police for protection. And because we ran a clean and safe business, they looked the other way. But then, things changed.
What happened?
Bell Tower become the police in Lower Hansa, and they not care to help us. So, a drug lord came in with all his men and took control. Things has never been the same, and we cannot do anything about it.
Everything about the situation sounds awful. I already did this. Okay.
What do you need me to do?
I heard
Pardon me.
the girls are drugged and taken to a place somewhere in Dagong district. There, they're held until the doctor comes. I wish you to find this place, to find where they're holding Ning. I hope it's not too late.
Okay, I'll help your friend.
Thank you. I knew I was right about you, Mr.
Jensen.
The code name might have been good there,
I
Jensen.
fear there's
Just saying.
little time. You must find Ning before they leash her with augments.
Leash her?
Yes, they call it that. They leash their girls with augments to keep them under control by supplying neuropazine. I do not know where they keep Ning, just that it is somewhere in Dagong district.
A specific location would help.
I tell you, I do not have one. But there is a bouncer here, Chuan Li. He works with these people.
Let's talk to Chon Li
He
and
will
then
know
we'll go
where
ahead and
Ning is.
call it for the
He
night.
goes to the roof to smoke often. Look for him there. You might be able to convince him to reveal the place.
Anything else you can give me?
Yes. The men holding Ning. They most likely work with local triad gang here, the Harvesters. If you look for some of them around, maybe you find Ning better.
Got it.
Before I leave your apartment. You got any painkillers? Nope. Okay. You do have credit chip here though. here. Right? Yeah, nothing here. Okay.
You were awesome, baby.
Jensen, you lost or something? Didn't think it would take this long to check out one apartment.
I took a detour. Tell me something, Malik. You think a smart card with a Tai Young Medical logo on it will come in handy in this town?
TYM, the global leader in augmentation technology? They put up almost half the cash to build this city, so maybe. Why are you asking?
No reason. Just thinking ahead.
Hello. I heard you.
Nobody's here. Good night.
我们国家，但不会说我们的话，蠢材。你就是一个笨蛋，你给我滚开！拜托，不要用武器。
I thought I wouldn't kill you, but
Ever since Ning went missing.
this is how you go down farther, but I want to go up. Talk to this guy. Should be on the roof over here. Hi.
Shove off before I shove you off.
I'm here to see you.
Uh-huh. What about?
Ning.
Open the phone book. Plenty of them in there.
Your friends are holding her. I can make it worth your while if you tell me where.
Worth my while? Yeah, maybe. Let's see some credits first, the tough guy, and then maybe I'll tell you where to find her.
Okay.
Here. Now where's Ning?
Okay, but you never heard this from me. They're holding her on a small side street just off the open gutter in the Daigong district, but they'll probably have a couple of guys there watching her.
Okay, I'd like my credits back. Thank you, come again. I think we should be able to go ahead and do this side mission, or at least get ready for it. Then we'll end it. Yeah. I do want to keep playing, but I gotta start wrapping up. I gotta go to bed so I can get up tomorrow. I gotta go ahead and take the garbage out to the curb tonight still. That way I don't have a problem with that in the morning, etc, etc. So it's like, yeah, let's go. Pardon me, check this out real quickly, call it good after that.
What are you? Bell Tower Special Operative?
Not so much.
我前阵子回纽约的时候，看了电视里面的新闻，有关拍子的内容。
Yeah, we can at least end by hopefully saving this girl. Eliminate Ning's guards.
You're in the wrong part of town, Lao Lai. Go back.
Hi. Bye. Hey, Praxis kit. Nice. I'm coming, Ning. Let me just relieve all these gentlemen of their...
Get away. Leave me.
property. That's the word.
Access granted.
Get away. Who are you?
Your friend May sent me. She said you were in trouble. Are you hurt?
May. Thank God. And no, I'm fine. They didn't touch me. Not yet, anyway. If you hadn't come, though, how did you find me?
I asked around. I can be persuasive.
I have to get out of here.
You sure you're okay? Can you leave here on your own?
Yes, thank you. Whoever you are, thank you so much. I need to go. I need to get out of this city. I need to get away from that monster, Chan. Tell May, tell her. Thank you for everything. I owe her. I owe you both my life.
Glad to be of help. Return to May, and we'll call it there, because I know we'll get another quest after that. We ain't doing another one tonight. As I said, I meant to be wrapping up before this. It's okay. We got to save... not real person. Maybe she can go ahead and get another life now. That way she doesn't have to be a working girl, because that's not a way to live. I know some women are forced into it, but we should definitely try to give them the help that they need, because that's not a good lifestyle. Doesn't mean we should judge them for it, but it does mean we should get them the help. Pardon me.
My apologies.
Sorry, but for the
I was
service you want,
not
you
aware
damn
May
well
had a
better
client
believe I'm
waiting.
getting my full amount of credits.
Sweet pea. I can hardly make my rent this month.
Join the club, sweet pea.
Free beer.
I wouldn't go upstairs if I were you.
Why not? Wait, don't tell me. May and Edgar going at it again?
Yep. You know what that means.
Yeah.
Alright, turn to this mission.
I'm always amazed by what
Guess we'll call it there.
Ning, did you find her?
I did. She's safe, but running. I think she plans on leaving the city.
She always is a smart girl. I'm glad. I will contact her to make sure she is safe. As promised, here's your payment. If you want more, I have another task. Something suitable for a man of your many talents. Are you interested?
My interest would depend on the task.
By now, I'm sure you heard of Diamond Chan. He is evil man who feeds off the pain and misery of this city. If we are to stay in peace here, he must be taken care of.
You want me to kill Chan?
Yes, but you must make it look like an accident or
Pardon me.
suicide.
There has to be another way to remove Chan from the picture without resorting to murder.
There is. I have access to certain stimulants. If Chan was caught with them, he would no longer be a problem.
Meaning I could plant drugs on him.
Not on him. Somewhere in his apartment will be enough. He may be dead though. So knock him out, leave the drug, and come back here to me. I have a friend. He works with the police. I'll contact him and he'll make sure Chan is arrested.
Yeah, but we're gonna try to do it we're gonna try to not kill him. I mean, you're right. I hear you. It would be funny to drop him for. I'm still not strong enough to punch. I got the noodle arms. Admittedly, I could buy the upgrade right now to be able to lift bridges.
At an apartment near a rooftop. Knock him out, then drop his body into the alley below. Gravity will do the rest. If you do not wish to kill him, there is the other way. Knock out Chan, leave the drugs, and come back to me so I can contact my friend. If all goes good,
what a shame.
Chan will be in prison for the rest of his life.
What kind of payment is involved?
Double what I gave you for rescuing Ning. If you make certain we are rid of Chan for good.
What is it?
Lower Hansai is a dangerous place. I know Diamond Chan stay at an apartment near a rooftop.
Yeah, we're gonna do the alternative.
Knock him out. Then drop his... If you do not wish to kill him.
Tell me about Diamond Chan.
He's a monster. At first, he forced my girls to take drugs until they be addicted. It made them easy to control and dependent on him. But now, with cheap black market augmentations and customers with augmentation fantasies, it is even
He just doesn't sound like a good person.
The Li Xing you spoke of earlier.
Yes.
Pardon me.
In order to squeeze more milk from his cows, he butchers them. The augments are just another form of control. The girls can always be tracked, and the needs for neuropathy means they will not run away.
Yeah, as I say, this doesn't sound like a good person, but still.
Why does his death need to look like a suicide?
I've made threats against Chan in the past. Because you helped Ning, if anything happens to Chan now, his harvester friends will think we are responsible. I do not want that to happen.
Once Chan is gone, what will you do? Won't some other drug lord turned pimp take advantage of your vulnerability?
I know someone who recently started his own security company. I will hire them to protect us.
And get out of this business too.
And I can trust them.
I definitely want to help you girls, that way, because this is not good, period, but...
I'll do it.
Good. I will give you the address of Diamond Chan's apartment. It is on one of the nearby rooftops. Lower Hansai is a dangerous place. Simply knock Chan out,
When
then
knock him
drop
out,
his
then
body
plant drugs
into
on
the
him.
alley below. Gravity will do the rest. But if you wish only to get Chan arrested, take these drugs. Plant them somewhere in his apartment after you've knocked him out. When you are done, return to me and I will contact my friend in the police. He will do the rest.
Anything else I should know?
Chan should be alone. He is too proud to have bodyguards around. But be careful. Even alone, Chan is
Not if I go invisible. Oh. Like what? Still, that's about 5 hours. That's not too bad, honestly.
Got it.
Mr. Jensen, remember not to cause any wounds on Diamond Chan that make it look like murder. Any suspicion will bring us more trouble from his friends.
So no tranquilizers or peps. Which means strictly hand-to-hand submission shouldn't be a problem.
That is good, yes. Good luck, Mr. Jensen. I will wait here.
Yeah, okay, this mission is pretty close. I guess we can do that. Unless it goes to another part of town. If it goes to another part of town, I'm saying no tonight. We'll see first, though. I think it goes to another part of town. That's a lot of chicken. I don't think there's anything in here. Alright, let's continue on.
Hey, do you know how to get to the Honghua hotel?
Ah, I see. Someone's looking for some action, huh?
Disgusting.
Weekend district. Just walk over there and go down the stairs. So quiet.
You know, there's an amazing view of the cityscape on the rooftop.
Okay, yeah, not happening tonight then. We're gonna end it there. I thought it was close by, it's not. Let me figure out what to spend this augment on real quickly, or if I want to save it for now. I could increase that. That wouldn't be bad. Definitely don't want that. That wouldn't be awful. Ah, this is probably what I want, but that costs 2, so not tonight at the very least. That wouldn't be bad. We might do that, but right now, as I said, we'll figure it out next time. We can save our praxis kits until I'm ready to use them. Honestly, for the most part, pretty happy with what we got. I need to go ahead and get another upgrade for invisibility. There's a couple things I can see here that I'm interested in. So, for the most part, though, I'm pretty happy because it's like, yeah, for the most part, we can basically do the game with no problems. A little bit of dying here and there, but I mean, you know, if a game's too easy, then that's boring. Anyways, let's go ahead and read from the Catechism, read about St. Paul, say night prayers, and we'll call it there. Oh, right. Let's go ahead and read paragraphs 1699 through 1718. Section 1. Man's Vocation, Life in the Spirit. Paragraph 1699. Life in the Holy Spirit fulfills the vocation of man. Chapter 1. This life is made up of divine charity and human solidarity. Chapter 2. Is graciously offered as salvation. Chapter 3. Chapter 1. The dignity of the human person. Paragraph 1700. The dignity of the human person is rooted in his creation, in the image and likeness of God. Is fulfilled in his vocation to divine beatitude. Is essential to a human being freely to direct himself to this fulfillment. By his deliberate action, the human person does or does not conform to the good promised by God, and attested by moral conscience, human beings make their own contribution to their interior growth. They make their whole sentiment and spiritual lives into means of this growth. With the help of grace, they grow in virtue, avoid sin, and if they sin, they entrust themselves, as did the prodigal son, to the mercy of our Father in heaven. In this way, they attain to the perfection of charity. Article 1. Man, the image of God. Paragraph 1701. Christ, in the very revelation of the mystery of the Father and of his love, makes man fully manifest to himself and brings to light his exalted vocation. It is in Christ, the image of the invisible God, that man has been created, in the image and likeness of the Creator. It is in Christ, Redeemer and Savior, that the divine image, disfigured in man by the first sin, has been restored to its original beauty and ennobled by the grace of God. Paragraph 1702. The divine image is present in every man. It shines forth in the communion of persons, the likeness of the unity of the divine persons among themselves. Paragraph 1703. Endowed with a spiritual and moral soul, the human person is the only creature on earth that God has willed for its own sake. From his conception, he is destined for eternal beatitude. Paragraph 1704. The human person participates in the light and power of the divine spirit. By his reason, he is capable of understanding the order of things established by the Creator. By free will, he is capable of directing himself toward his true good. He finds his perfection in seeking and loving what is true and good. Paragraph 1705. For virtue of his soul and his spiritual powers of intellect and will, man is endowed with freedom, an outstanding manifestation of the divine image. Paragraph 1706. By his reason, man recognizes the voice of God, which urges him to do what is good and avoid what is evil. Everyone is obliged to follow this law, which makes itself heard in conscience and is fulfilled love of God and of neighbor. Living a moral life bears witness to the dignity of the person. Paragraph 1707. Man, enticed by the evil one, abused his freedom at the very beginning of history. He succumbed to temptation and did what was evil. He still desires the good, but his nature bears the wound of original sin. He is now inclined to evil and subject to error. Man is divided in himself. As a result, the whole life of men, both individual and social, shows itself to be a struggle, and a dramatic one, between good and evil, between light and darkness. Paragraph 1708. By his passion, Christ delivered us from Satan and from sin. He merited for us the new life in the Holy Spirit. His grace restores what sin had damaged in us. Paragraph 1709. He who believes in Christ becomes a son of God. This filial adoption transforms him by giving him the ability to follow the example of Christ, makes him capable of acting rightly and doing good, in union with his Savior. The disciple attains the perfection of charity, which is holiness. Having matured in grace, the moral life blossoms into eternal life in the glory of heaven. In brief, paragraph 1710. Christ makes man fully manifest to man himself and brings to light his exalted vocation. Paragraph 1711. Endowed with a spiritual soul, with intellect, and with free will, the human person is from his very conception ordered to God and destined for eternal beatitude. He pursues his perfection in seeking and loving what is true and good. Paragraph 1712. In man, true freedom is an outstanding manifestation of the divine image. Paragraph 1713. Man is obliged to follow the moral law which urges him to do what is good and avoid what is evil. This law makes itself heard in his conscience. Paragraph 1714. Man, having been wounded in his nature by original sin, is subject to error and inclined to evil in exercising his freedom. Paragraph 1715. He who believes in Christ has new life in the Holy Spirit. The moral life, increased and brought to maturity and grace, is to reach its fulfillment in the glory of heaven. Article 2. Our vocation to beatitude. The Beatitudes. Paragraph 1716. The Beatitudes are at the heart of Jesus' preaching. They take up the promises made to the chosen people since Abraham. The Beatitudes fulfill the promises by ordering them no longer merely to the possession of a territory, but to the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when men revile you and persecute you, and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely on my account. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is great in heaven. Paragraph 1717. The Beatitudes depict the countenance of Jesus Christ and portray his charity. They express the vocation of the faithful associated with the glory of his passion and resurrection. They shed light on the actions and attitudes characteristic of the Christian life. They are the paradoxical promises that sustain hope in the midst of tribulations. They proclaim for the blessings and rewards already secured, however dimly, for Christ's disciples. They have begun in the lives of the Virgin Mary and all the saints. The desire for happiness. Paragraph 1718. The Beatitudes respond to the natural desire for happiness. This desire is of divine origin. God has placed it in the human heart in order to draw man to the one who alone can fulfill it. We all want to live happily, and the whole human race. There is no one who does not assent to this proposition, even before it is fully articulated. How is it, then, that I seek you, Lord? Since in seeking you, my God, I seek a happy life. Let me seek you so that my soul may live, for my body draws life from my soul. My soul draws life from you. God alone satisfies. We'll read more of the Catechism tomorrow. So let's go ahead and read about St. Paul, and then end with night prayer. As I said, I'll be back tomorrow with Balan Wonderworld. Who knows, if I even get my stuff done early, maybe I'll start at 12 tomorrow. I'd like to. That means I need to get up about 7:30, go to daily mass, do my daily reading, do my walk, and it's possible, don't get me wrong, I just not perfect about it, but I do want to be better. I'm trying to be better. Anyways. Okay, 3 pages of Paul of Tarsus. So this is solicitude for all the churches. The Acts of the Apostles fails to tell the whole story of this vast missionary activity of Paul and his disciples. We can fill in some of the gaps from what we read in the epistles of the apostles and in the Apocalypse. Unfortunately, Luke wrote this part of the Acts without having been present in Paul's circle. Thus, some of Paul's helpers went out to Miletus, the Venice of antiquity, which was still conscious of its intellectual era under Thales. Enix Anaximander and Anaximenes, and which was now famous because of its circle of Dyma and its flourishing wool industry. Some went to Smyrna, the queen of the sea, at the foot of Mount Sipylus, the legendary Tantalus. They went to industrial Magnesia, whose smithies could be heard from far, to Tralles and its dealers in raisins and growers of figs, where Philip the deacon is also supposed to have preached. Others went up the Castros to Philadelphia, or farther over the pass of Mount Tymolus to Sardis, to Thyatira, the home of Lydia, the seller of purple, and still farther to Pergamon, where, according to the Apocalypse, the throne of Satan was that immense altar and temple to Zeus. Whether they went to Troas or Assus, or whether Luke preached there, we do not know. But at any rate, Paul soon founded the church in Troas on his journey to Corinth. Thus the 7 churches of the Apocalypse were founded. All these cities had flourishing communities of Jews. Strong guilds of craftsmen like those of the Middle Ages, like a crown of 7 stars, the churches surrounded. Ephesus, writing to them, Paul was happy to be able to say, "For once you were darkness, but now you are light in the Lord." Ephesians chapter 5, verse 8. It is surprising that in such a short time the gospel was spread over the whole province, but the Acts leaves no room for doubt when it says, "All who dwelt in Asia heard the word of the Lord, both Jews and Gentiles," and Demetrius was able to arouse the populace by pointing out that this Paul, by persuasion, has drawn away a great multitude, not only of Ephesus, but almost of all Asia. The faith flourished most abundantly in a region of southwestern Phrygia, in the valley of the Lycos, with its 3 busy cities, Colossae, Laodicea, and Hierapolis. Colossae was a small provincial town at the foot of Mount Cadmus, whose many mountain lakes fed the Lycos and the Meander. The apostle of this territory was Epaphras, a prominent Greek of Colossae, who had been won over to the faith by Paul himself, and who was especially dear to Paul. Writing to the Colossians, Paul said, "As you learned of Epaphras, our most beloved fellow servant, who is for you a faithful minister of Christ Jesus." Later, Epaphras shared Paul's captivity in Rome. It was probably through him that Paul became friendly with Philemon, a wealthy citizen of Colossae, who with his wife Appia owed to Paul the greatest happiness of their lives, and gratefully put their house at his disposal for divine worship. Philemon's slave, one Onesimus, had probably delivered many a letter to Paul. One day, Philemon brought his friend or relative, Archippus, to see Paul, and Paul was so pleased with the young man that later ordained him a priest in Colossae and called him our fellow soldier. From Colossae, Epaphras went to the neighboring town of Laodicea, Eski-Hesar, which was famous for its beautiful purple and its school for occultists. St. John was probably referring to the school when the Apocalypse he wrote, "Anoint your eyes with eye salve, that you may see." Here, Epaphras founded a congregation which met in the house of Nymphas, Hodorus. After 15 years, this church received from St. John the severest reproach of all 7 churches. "I know your works, that you are neither cold nor hot. I would you were cold or hot. Because you are lukewarm, and neither cold nor hot, I will begin to vomit you out of my mouth." Ruins of the city seem to be a dreadful fulfillment of that prophecy. On the other side of the valley, where the Lycos flows into the Meander, the city of Hierapolis, the sacred city of the Phrygians, is built high on a mountain ledge. Hierapolis was famous for its hot springs, which tumble from ledge to ledge in playful cascades and form a bizarre world of stalactites, with little grottos and fairy palaces. Here too Epaphras had brought the message of the faith. Epaphras salutes you, who is one of you, a servant of Christ Jesus, who is always solicitous for you in prayers, that you may stand perfect. For I bear him testimony that he has much labor for you and for them that are at Laodicea, and them at Hierapolis. Probably Epaphras exercised something like the office of a bishop over this neighborhood. But the fate of these Christian cities and towns of Asia Minor is a solemn warning. Their Christianity was not able to maintain the high state of fervor and devotion of the time of their founders. Soon it succumbed to tepidity and worldliness. The glistening white deposit from the hot springs of Hierapolis, lying like a shroud over everything, is a symbol of the spiritual death which spread over all Asia Minor, so that it was an easy matter for the crescent to overrun the land. Today, scarcely half a dozen Christians live there. The remembrance of their divine Paul, as they sometimes called him, gradually receded from their minds. He was soon completely forgotten, and the warning of the seer was fulfilled. I will move your candlestick out of his place.